Hi, and welcome back to the stream. So, first of all, hi Journalist. Thanks for being interested in when we start. Yeah, those were done by me, so these are not mine. I didn't do them. But as far as I understood him, well, none of this is copyright protected, so he should be fine. Yeah, thanks again, Mies, for the kids.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you very much, Jenny Anderson. I'm fine, more or less. Thank you very much. I hope you had a great week, I guess, and have a good weekend. And welcome to the stream. Let me know if you are interested in anything in particular. So, going back to the stream. To be perfectly honest, I don't even remember where we started out last time. And welcome to the stream to you too. Scarlet Ariax. Same for you. In case you're interested in anything in particular, please let me know. And please don't try to sell digital assets. Yeah, that's about it though. So, we went to Indonesia, and now we need to find out what we do here. In the next 9 days, I guess. Definitely not, thank you very much. Good luck hunting. And people that are artists and are trying to show the artwork are a dime a dozen on Twitch, so I'm sorry. It won't work here. Well, so I think we figured out that we have a reasonable poacher here. And I think we figured out that in Indonesia, the average player is rather small. At least that's what I can remember. I'm fine, thank you very much. Hope you're doing well yourself. So, we thought about approaching this from the perspective that they might be used to a certain style of football. And given the style of football is apparently balanced with a slightly more direct passing, higher tempo, fairly narrow, and so on and so forth, with a mid block and whatever it says here, we are trying to teach them that, more or less. Just to get the tactical familiarity up. And once tactical familiarity is up a little bit more, hopefully we stand a chance. Sure, we can do that, sure. No, it's why not? Great idea. Well, let's do that. So, in fact, that's probably a good idea too, to learn the names, as well as get an overview of the squad, right? We tried to do that last time, but to be frank, I think it was Tuesday. Between Tuesday and Friday, there's a lot of other stuff in my at the top of my head. So, and it's not related to streaming. So I think it will do me some good. In the case of this guy, so let's have a look. This is not a new gen. He has a reasonable trait. Uses long throws to start counterattacks. That said, and he was using the weaker foot. I'm not too fond of either of them. I don't know. Do you have an opinion on that? On the traits on this particular player? Maybe you want to add something to the stream. Any ideas? We can say for sure though, kicking is bad. Command of area is bad, communication is bad. Long throws to start counterattacks, as far as I'm... Yeah. As far... So, it goes without... I wouldn't want to go without saying that, in general, I like this trait. And this is due to the fact that it relies on one attribute only, and this is throwing, more or less. It depends a little bit on other stuff though, which we will see in a second. As far as I read up on it, it also depends on vision and decision making. So, and also a bit of strength. The strength is not that great. So the distances reached, I think, are not that great. The vision is not that fantastic. But if he doesn't see where he should throw the ball, he will probably not do it. Decision making is good though. So I guess the mental pace is acceptable for a long throw to start a counterattack. The throwing attribute itself, accuracy is kind of lacking. So we have two decisions. Either we get rid of this trait, or we try to teach him to throw the ball long. Because 7 is not that horrible. If this gets up to an 8 or a 9, might be viable. Decision making is good, vision might increase by itself. We're talking a 28-year-old. And there's also workload associated with unlearning this trait. Now, if we unlearn this trait and later on we find out that his throwing went up to 8 or 9, I will probably bite my own backside. So, yeah. I would argue it's a middle of the road. It's probably not worth unlearning it, but he's not great at it. And the same goes for avoids using weaker foot. He has a right foot that's preferred, so this is not right only. I do not like that he has this trait. On the other hand, it's probably not worth unlearning it, right? So I guess it will stay as long as this keeper stays. Yeah. Additional traits, I don't think there's anything to be had here. And command of area and communication are really bad. But the training for those... Communication is together with positioning and decisions. None of these are a problem for him. And command of area is together with rushing out, which he has a lot of, and I'm not too fond of anyway. And one-on-ones, which are okay too. So, I don't like specific training for these areas. On the other hand, his kicking and throwing both could do with some improvement, so I guess that's it. Next player, will we? The next is Defri Rahman. Defri Rahman is the other goalkeeper. As you can see, his training has been quite exceptional. I guess this is related to being in Indonesia. A job offer? A job offer. We were offered a job. Also welcome to the stream, Vixman was taken. Yeah, so with this guy, there's a few obvious weaknesses too, but he's only the secondary goalkeeper and I do not see much of a trait that we could train on him. It is. It is. We were fired and you missed it. That said, it was probably a fair decision, and we had that a long time coming. No, we didn't get relegated. I don't know, how's Tuftsville doing? They probably won after I left, didn't they? They won against Pleven and Blues after I left. Sure. That's it. That's it. In all seriousness, though, I don't even think that... I don't even regret being fired at Tuftsville at this point. I just regret not seeing stuff through. But in hindsight, I made a lot of mistakes, probably, as always. So, yeah, whatever. It just happens. I was feeling short in Germany? Yeah, that's it. I was feeling short in Germany. That's why I came to Indonesia, where everybody is apparently 1.75 meters or below, with a few notable exceptions. So, yeah. Thanks for that. Well, by the way, Vixman, how have you been? And same for Gerald, obviously. Did you have a good week? Hopefully you did. So, with this guy, I'm not fond of anything actually on this one. That's great to hear. Just as a fair warning, I also did, so in case people watch this later on YouTube, they will be highly confused, but I will tell you anyway. First of all, I had to fix the stream sticker stuff. Fair warning, it might not work sound-wise. I think it does though. I'm 1 meter 84. Second of all, let's just try this for a second.
Hey, listen!
Apparently it works. Yeah, I set for 15 minutes on that one, and not on the sticker, on getting the plugin working. I'm very short. No, I'm not. I'm just average, with every respect, really. And the other fair warning, Twitch Ads Manager is on. I want to try if I can live with that thing, but to get rid of pre-roll ads entirely. So ads might come at inconvenient times. Not right now though. I did play an ad at the start of it. So thanks, Vixman, but you do not really want an ad right now, do you? So let's do that later. I will complete it later on, though. Pinky promise. Well. So, I need to figure this out, and this will happen live on stream, because it's not like I have any other choice. That's a good idea, yeah. He's not tall. In fact, it's probably a good idea for most of the squad. Not bad. He has decent technique. No, his technique is not great, but first touch is good. So there's some sense to this. Sure. Let's do this. Yeah, he's not technically sound. See? So this is why they do not like this. Well, at least we tried. There's also the usual killer balls and stuff. But I can certainly see why the assistant manager doesn't like it. It's only technique though. Technique might improve. We're talking a 26-year-old, I don't know, probably not by much. Same here, that might be a good idea too. The question, I guess, is let's also look at it not only from a player improvement perspective, but also on from an asset management perspective. Will we keep this guy? He has great tackling. He has good natural fitness, acceleration, and pace, but he's a defensive midfielder. I don't know. Let me put it that way. I'm not sure what to do with this guy. That's my biggest problem with it. Right now, we're trying to teach him to be a Segundo Volante, because this is the closest I could get. Okay. Well, at least one of us does, right? But I'm not sure yet what we will use him for, and if we keep him long term. So, is it worth the workload? I guess his long shot will never be good, same as his finishing, so I guess that's fine. Where is it? Here it is. Alright, it's not like we have an alternative in the squad anyway. Malik Rizaldi. Malik Rizaldi comes as a winger, most likely. 33 years old, rather technical, not that fast anymore. And as a winger on support duty, he's probably fine. At the age of 33, there's not much we can train him on anymore. Also, he will go. He will leave the club. That was pre-arranged. We do not have a choice with this. So, there's that. Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's any training for him. And the additional focus on acceleration and pace is that's an easy one at this age. Hopefully we can slow the decline a little bit, but really he just leaves anyway, so who cares? And given we might want to avoid injury with him, so I guess we can take that off, but it doesn't matter much. It's just different distribution of the attribute points. This guy, Salim, apparently trains as a wingback. So what do we use? Wingback on support on this side. Should probably train back here. Come to think of it. And well, what comes to mind? His physicals are somewhat okay. Strength and jumping reach are really bad though. Same with the heading, so I guess ball played into the feet would be a good idea for him, right? He's absolutely really horrible in the air and he will never get okay. Gets forward whenever possible is also really questionable on him. It might fit the wingback on support duty, but he doesn't have the attributes for them. To be fair, decision making is rather okay. That's it though. I don't know. Maybe teach him to get the ball played into the feet? That's the wrong training area. Alright. So, but this is a 21-year-old and I'm not so sure what we want to do with him. He might leave in the future, same as everyone else. He knocks the ball past the opponent. Apparently that's a trait we train him on. I think he was started on that back when we arrived. Doesn't look like that's a bad trait specifically. Dribbling is 8 though, so it's not horribly bad. I probably wouldn't have started this, but given that it was started when I came here, probably keep it on and see where it leads. Mr. Sukipto. So this is a weird case. I very much like the overall sample of attributes, with the exception of, well, you know, jumping reach and strength, and also composure and decisions. Positioning could do with some improvement too. But, well, the biggest problem is probably the height. He's not that tall. In terms of traits, there's a problem here, given that he is a mentor. So, if we want to keep him as a mentor, we should use him as a mentor for defensive players, and so far that's not the case. Not necessarily. Oh, I forgot new player faces. Well, so I'd rather not start a trait training on him. His performance and training has been great though. Then the Solistiavan it is. Okay, not that hard actually. He's in decline already. Yeah, well, it's just a poacher, no use training him in anything, I think. He has the attributes, but at this age, forget about it. Reva Adi Utama. That's the better one of our wingbacks. 33 though. I guess technically he's impressive, mentally too, physically he's in decline. No use giving him any special training other than maybe long throws or some physical stuff. Yeah, and the long throws are just to use the attribute points that are available at all. Volidine. Same here, 33-year-old. I don't think it's worth adding a trait. Sultan Tsiko. So, Tsiko is a weird case. His core position is as a striker. He's not a great poacher though. He might play there, but his finishing isn't great. He runs with ball through center and cuts inside from the right wing, so I guess that means inverted winger. And given the mentals, I guess he might be better anticipating the right move, and with that off the ball movement, maybe go into the area. So it's on attack duty. I do not necessarily see him scoring that much. Again, 27-year-old. We could try to teach him to round keeper or something. Not sure if it's worth the time though. It might take a long time for him to adapt to that. Arif Anshori. That's the best we have in terms of ball-winning midfielder. Otherwise, I guess as some sort of last-ditch effort to play wingback here, probably, yeah, that might be okay. How old is he? 18. Yeah. Dribble more often. Runs with the ball more often, runs with the ball more often seems reasonable. It's kind of sad. His heading is also decent, but it's entirely useless given his size. He is 1.69 m, so yeah. But we could tell him to run with the ball more often, sure. He doesn't think it's a good idea. Why is that? I don't know. No. Not sure. Maybe the technique is a bit off for that. Let's see if we keep him. Because otherwise I like these two traits, right? Yeah, but then again, beating the offside trap implies that we want him to be used on attack duty every single time. So that reduces flexibility. Runs with the ball through center and cuts inside from right wing. Given that he's left-footed, that doesn't reduce flexibility that much. It's for all inside forward and inverted winger roles. Runs with the ball more often is the same. Given that any of his roles will include dribbling, I think that's reasonable. Cutting instead, I don't know. Beating the offside trap all the time. Do we really want him to do that all the time? Or do we want him to be, I don't know, something like this from time to time? Also, given that he's 27, it might take a while, so not so sure if we want to do that. In this guy's case, is he the one on the starting 11? Yeah, he is. So that's a bad ball-winning midfielder. I think we can agree on that. He's not great. He has aggression and so on, but he's not great. Seen from that perspective, anyone with a certain amount of strength is probably an improvement. This is an 18-year-old, and Anshori, I think, is part of a mentoring group. Exactly. So, prior to giving him some trait, he should probably get some decent personality, so we can exclude him from this group afterwards. Don't know if this will happen. Muhammad Ari. That's probably one of those that I'm most fond of. He plays no through balls and knocks the ball past the opponent. Playing no through balls, well, given his passing and vision, that's probably a good idea. We still need him. We need to train him on it for sure. And the other part is, forget about that. He knocks the ball past the opponent. That's totally fine. His dribbling isn't great, so I think that's reasonable. Otherwise, I guess box standard winger. I don't feel much needs to be done in this situation. Trono Gabriel. He cannot play for us anyway. Yeah, he has decent... Sure, that's not bad. He has decent flair. Decision making might be a bit bad for tries tricks. But he has technique, first touch, dribbling. Yeah, why not? As a creative outlet, that might be an idea. Good idea. I like that. Is this in here? Yeah. He has good flair, so Try's tricks might be an idea. And he will never play as a defensive outlet, that's for sure. So, back to Gabriel. In the case of Gabriel, he's in here with balanced node traits. He does not necessarily need to remain there. In fact, I'm not sure if we want to keep him at the club. That said, it's a 19-year-old, he has good finishing. Dribbling isn't that bad either. Good composure, good finishing, good technique. So that's places shots probably. On the other hand, there's so many wants in with this guy. I don't even know what to do with him. It's not my kind of striker, I guess. And also, he's not great in the air, and as it's mentioned here. To me, it's hard to determine if we want to keep him at all. With that personality and stuff. Yeah, sure, he has... Yeah. We can. Yeah, we might need to get him out of the mentoring group, though, in this case. Sure, let him try tricks. Vayu Fadila. We try to get rid of him. To be honest, with that personality, we try to get rid of him. And he's also not part of any mentoring group. We just try to get rid of him, and that's it. So no use starting a training. What's with him? He's lighthearted. Shadow Striker, apparently. Yeah, we're trying to teach him to be an attacking midfielder. I'd rather play him as a Shadow Striker, to be honest, but we do not have a false 9. Or, you know, any sort of supporting target man or something. And he's not that impressive. The physicals are impressive. This is good. So, if we can keep his physicals, it's a 16-year-old after all. Around a keeper would be a good idea, sure. So, let's assume for a second that we keep him here. With these physicals, he needs to use them, right? So we do not want him to be some sort of playmaker. He's no good at it anyway. Attacking midfielder might work, as long as we need to use him like this, but he's not really great at it. This is probably the best we can get out of him. So I will use him as an attacking midfielder for this season, you know, for the last few games. And afterwards, for future matches, we will probably try to use a Shadow Striker and find a replacement up front. It's Indonesia. We need a large target man anyway. This is not due to the fact that I like to play with a target man. This is due to the fact that everybody seems to be small here. So if we can find somebody that is 1.90 meters, we're good. It is? Well, quite opposed to the kits you made for this stream. They are really pretty. Yeah. Welcome back, man. But, I think I disagree in these circumstances, assuming we can find a target man that is viable. Yeah, it was pretty, but you know, copyright is not something I'm willing to violate anytime soon. So, not going there. Well, okay, what do we want to do with him? Assuming that we play him as a Shadow Striker, rounding the keeper is probably not a bad idea, yeah. He doesn't have the composure for it. Okay. Yeah, his composure's bad. That's true. So, same with running with the ball more often and stuff. He doesn't have the composure for that either. Maybe he needs attribute training after all. Or we could use the ball played into the feet again. Because his heading is shit. And given his size, nah. So, I do not know if this also prohibits the ball being played into areas, open areas of the pitch, so into space. Hopefully it doesn't. Tiger Infantry. Yeah, this is a central defender. I do not want anyone to play in cover duty though. If it's not entirely needed. I think he can do that one too. I want him to improve his composure. Same with the heading. But, you know, composure and decision making come together, same as heading and bravery. So I guess we do strength and jumping reach and hope for the best. Runs with ball rarely is great on a central defender. Is he part of any mentoring group? He is not. So, for him, for example, staying back at all times, that might not be a bad idea. He has good decision making though. Also, how old is he? He's 30. He probably won't like that. Yeah. It's too late in his career, so that will not happen. Iravan, yet another poacher. That might just also be viable as a shadow striker for 15 minutes. That said, he's casual. Well, let's not invest any time in this guy. He will leave the club. Mylana, 31-year-old. Yeah. So, no traits. Ciso Seni. That's a bit better. But this is the one that wants to leave, and he's under transfer bid. He will leave on a free. Great! I like to hear that. Fantastic. Oh, now I just need to pull that off too, at one point. So what's the plan for the future? Yeah, well, there's no reason to teach him another trade. Also, he has the problem with he's not Indonesian, so he cannot play in the league. Nah. With him, playing 1-2s, he likes to lob the keeper, and he likes to round the keeper. I don't know. I guess with the 1-2s, he needs additional passing. I don't want to overdo it. Likes the lob keeper is technique based, if I'm not mistaken. He does have bad finishing. I guess we keep him that way. Would he be able to play Shadow Striker at some point? Sure. I mean, with these traits and that bad of a finish, that might work. Going around the keeper and lobbing it. But overall, he should have better finishing. We will probably get rid of him. And then we're through. That's it. That's the first guy. So, none of this is really impressive, is it? We have a few youth players. Do we want to do those too? I guess. Sure, why not, right? He is really aggressive, has a good long throw, and he's damn fast. Not a defender, though. Despite of what it says here. This is, in the best of circumstances, this is a winger. And he brings the ball out of defense for some reason. Yeah. So I guess we could get rid of that trait. On the other hand, His first touch is 1. I do not necessarily disagree with that assessment, Charanala. The problem is, he is unable to receive the ball either way. His heading is 1. I don't know. Do we really want to add a trait for that? Given that his technique is 3 and his first touch is 1? I don't know, it seems like a waste of time. As this guy is in general, he will probably leave in 5 months. So, yeah, I'm not gonna start any trait training here. I will go through the list in this case. Ronald Ahmad. Poacher, striker. Not impressed by the dribbling. I guess in this case again, jumping reach is 6, strength is 2, so ball played into the feet seems a bit more reasonable here. His heading is also not that great. Finishing is decent, composure is not that great. We can argue shoots with power, but his strength is bad. I don't know. Not impressed by the prospect of adding some trait on him. Ronaldo. Yeah. So he dives into tackles. That's not great. And what the hell? So my first idea here is probably not to unlearn this, given that he's a central defender. My first idea here is probably to teach him to be a ball-winning midfielder. His teamwork is 1. Never mind. So he should probably unlearn this trait, yes. I do not like this role though. Does he? No, he's not. That trait is being learned, not unlearned. Let's cancel this. I don't know what's going on here. So, assuming... Well, either we get his teamwork up, or we get rid of this. I don't know what to do with it though. Anyone's got an idea? By the way, the ad manager didn't show up yet, so I'm not sure when this comes. We'll see. Yeah, so what will we do? Stay back at all times is not bad, yeah. His decision making is bad, so that's a good trade on him. Try long shots often, yeah, that will probably not be it. It's quite the opposite is a good idea though. Yeah, his passing is bad too. I don't know. This guy might knock the ball past your opponent, right? His dribbling isn't good. His first touch is okay-ish, but he can run. I wouldn't want him to, well, with a composure of 3, probably not try his tricks. That's it. That's not bad. I do not necessarily agree with the inside forward, but who cares? Knocks the ball past the opponent seems fine. So that's good. Oh, well, That's not one of the trial lists, that's one of ours. Which brings me to a 19-year-old youth candidate that is probably not good enough for the first team, but I like his personality. Do I? Yeah, fairly pro and level-headed. So, depending on what we want to do here, maybe we want to keep him? I don't know. Most likely not. On the other hand, he's not that bad. Yeah, he is. Physicals are not good enough, the tackling with 10 and the aggression of 13. It's not that bad. That's an idea, yeah. Or, given that he's 19, not trying to compensate for his weaknesses, because he might overlap and then simple passing game, I don't know, that's a two-sided coin, you say in English, right? So maybe it's a two-sided coin. I would argue, though, that maybe he should dive into tackles. His strength isn't that bad. He has the aggression, he has good tackling. So assuming he has a career, diving into tackles is not the worst of it, is it? His long throws is a friggin' 1 point. Great stuff. I will try dives into tackles. This doesn't say I'm opposed to the simple passing game, so it depends. Yeah, I don't care. I think the dives into tackles, he also has good decision making. So overall, I think that might be a good approach for somebody to, you know, throw themselves into the game. So I guess that's fine. He's aggressive. Let's give him that. So I forgot about a few players here, didn't I? I think we had him. Yeah, we had him. That's a fast one. What's with this guy? Tries to play way out of trouble. That's not great. I do not like this trait at all. He has good first touch and technique though, so I think we will have problems unlearning that. Apparently he trains his strength for no reason whatsoever. He has horribly bad finishing. Playmaker? Probably not. Shadow Striker? Probably not. I guess. No, I cannot think of anything. This guy's 17 years old and we will need to keep him for yet another year. That or we loan him out. In fact, loaning him out is probably a very good idea. I have no idea what to do with this guy. He has good flair, teamwork, work rate, technique. He's... I don't know, he belongs in the circus, I guess. Given that he's great with the ball overall, but absolutely unable to play with other players. Well, he is, from that perspective, but from a technique perspective, he isn't. Also, he doesn't see shit. So, I don't know. Get rid of him. Can we loan him out? That would be great. Give him some playing time, get rid of him. I didn't, and it might take a while. That's probably not as exciting to hear, but I didn't do half of it. So I need to do set pieces, and we also have a transfer window going on. Not like this is the most important part of it, but if we want to strengthen the squad and get rid of some of the others, which we do not need to do absolutely right now, right? But if we want to revamp the squad, we do not have that much time. We have another 14 days or something. 17 days. So, well, I look at them and then it's basically this. That's it. That's how I decide. I'm probably not a good interpretation of that meme though. Anyway, he's good. I like him. Well, he has his problems, but I like some aspects of him. So, assuming we need a ball-winning midfielder again, because, you know, we usually do. Decisions on composure are still bad, but we don't care anymore. He needs physicals. He might get there. He's 19. Then we give him defensive positioning. Tackling is good. Decision making is not that great. Aggression is okay-ish. I guess diving into tackles would be an idea, but it's probably not worth the effort. Stays back at all times? Yeah, that might be a good idea. And I cannot see us playing him here. Yeah, that's good. That's also very good. Because wherever he plays, we do not want him to dribble, right? Like, never. I guess we do not want him to play a pass either, but first of all, let's get rid of the dribbling. Sure. I can see that is reasonable. So that's movement training and you... Oh. We have a meme expert here. I wasn't aware that I was talking to somebody, well, to one of the profession. So, feel free to meme along. We probably need a meme channel on the Discord, do we? Like, what purpose has a Discord server anyway, if not for a meme channel? I will include one. You did your first, so you're a natural talent! Fantastic. Great. I've been doing memes for all my life. So this feels right at home. Not on Reddit though. Mine usually are in certain subcultures. Let's put it that way. But yeah, this is on my to-do list now. Let me see if I can find something here. I will, if I do not drop the pen. I need to do meme channel Discord. Don't disappoint me. Everybody that is on the Discord needs to WikiLeaks memes. No, but thank you very much. No, it's it's worse. If I can help it. Exactly. Now, to be serious about it, it's to be found within the Rational Reminder community. In case you want to go there. But that might destroy some of the good feeling you have about life, also about my stream in general. In case you feel about finance the way Explosive Birthday Cake / Mango Cabbage did. So, careful with that. Good content though. What would you say? No dribbling. Yeah, I rarely use Reddit at all, so it's not like I can relate. I use Imgur though. I use Imgur. He's unambitious and apparently he is one of ours. Why? I guess that's exactly what it feels like. Why? Do we want to get rid of him? Not strong enough, not fast enough. 1m71 and a central defender. I guess for Indonesian standards this is normal. He's not the normal one though, not in the sense that this quote implies. We should get rid of him. Can we loan him out? So, assuming we make him into a ball-winning midfielder, he's 18, right? And he has bad personality. Doesn't have teamwork. Work rate's not that impressive either. His strength is still 4. And this doesn't use his heading. So, I guess we remain at central defender. There's not much of a difference in it, is it? In general, I agree with dives into tackles on him. So we could use him as a ball-winning midfielder. But given this and that, is this worth the time of our coaches, or do we just sell him? Give me the money. We will probably not get rid of him though. So this is a potential loanee, and no, I think we made it through the squad more or less. Did I forget somebody? Probably. This guy, for example. He dives into tackles and tries to play way out of trouble. Fantastic traits for a central defender. I will absolutely let him leave at the end of his contract. Or sell him right now. Low determination too. Unflappable media. Yeah, so okay. It's not all that bad. That's it. Nah. Nah. Like in real life? I don't know. That I read on the German newspaper site Spiegel. I read that apparently Nations League is going on right now. I moved to Indonesia from Wales. That's exactly true. Welcome back to the stream. And do not blame me. Blame the ones in Wales. The ones with the well. I'm not responsible. They just didn't have the patience. You love it, okay? I'm not sure yet. I have no idea if I should love it or if I'm, really frustrated by it. But, yeah. That's what's going on. We're in Indonesia now. And also everybody is small here. Ian Brian Oliveira de Oliveira. This is a great name. Well, fantastic. And then in that case, you can probably project. You might have much more experience with that than me, though. I'm just trying to figure things out. For now, I'm trying to figure out how do we get rid of this or that. Because some of these players are so bad. We need them to leave. Which reminds me of Angus Sarah. That's a 16-year-old. He's not good. As a ball-winning midfielder, though, I guess he has the tackling, work rate, teamwork, and positioning. In fact, his positioning is fantastic. Alex Rente. I don't know. Well, I know what the German word means. Rente. But is it in English? It should be annuity. Yeah, well. So, kind of specific as a last name, right? Probably not as a central defender. That said, As an unambitious guy, he will not serve any purpose. He's level-headed. Do we want to put him in the first team? Nah. Find a fur trading is fine though. No problem with that. I know he's poor. This is the U18. No. Well, let's gamble. I don't know for sure, but the other guy, the only other person here with a potentially good personality is this guy. So I guess model citizen it is? No, it isn't. In fact, he's not better than the other one. He's probably worse, and I do not know why they trained him to be a central defender. Get rid of this. Let's do it like this. Does he need strength training? Yeah, he does. But he also needs other training. We can go with the strength though, don't we? Or not at all. In this case. So I learned about the additional focus recently. I guess I learned it twice or 3 times in my life at this point. If you do not set an additional focus, they will just distribute the points equally here. And, you know, the lower attributes will go up a bit more because they need less experience to increase. If you put on an additional focus, it might be skewed towards the attribute with the additional focus. No surprises there. There are players in here that are too old. 19, 18. So we are looking for somebody under 18. This guy. He's fairly pro and tries to play way out of trouble. I'd rather not use him as a mentoring group mentor. He's 17 and has low determination. We could put him down to the U18, sure. Who else? He's 16 years old. Okay. Did any of you get an ad? I didn't get a warning. This is me figuring out the ads manager. Apparently I didn't. Well. This guy's too old. This guy's young enough to go to the U18. So I guess that's a thing. And he's 17. He can be in the U18 too. All right. That's for lone players though. We do not care about the scouting report. We're looking for lone players. Yep. That was my thought process too, but I think we will not get rid of him because he has really bad decision making, doesn't he? Or is it? He won't like that. Let's try. Given that he has good technique, apparently it's not something that we need to remove. I disagree. But it's more likely that we find another player that we can slap in here. In fact, but we don't know about anyone, do we? Well, we can have a look at the scouting, won't we? So, how about this guy, for example? Fairly ambitious is good. He's a 21-year-old, he's expensive. He would be willing to come in on loan, I guess. And he's more of a playmaker type. Do we need a playmaker type? Probably better than the runner knocking the ball past the opponent, but on the other hand, he's not great. I'd rather not have him at the club. So I'm not interested, thank you very much. We should probably do this the other way. Well, doesn't matter. This looks better. Balanced and media friendly is not something I'm very fond of. It's missing for playmaker stuff, composure and decisions are really bad. So he comes deep to get ball, plays 1-2s and dictates tempo. No problem with any of those. I have a problem with the mentals. So assuming we play a box-to-box midfielder, that's not bad. By the way, can any of you inform me if you had an ad right now? Because apparently, I don't know, it runs the ads by itself, but it doesn't warn me about it. So I can't even go on a break. This is kind of weird, I need to figure this out. So in case you did, please let me know. Okay. Well, it might have to do with ad block or something. The ad manager on Twitch enables ads by itself. Usually it should warn the streamer about it. And then you can snooze them or, you know, go on a break. Like you are expected to. And that will disable pre-roll ads all the time. So that's why I'm trying to learn about things, because I want to get rid of the pre-roll ads for the entire time. It's just the way Twitch enforces monetization, I guess. Well, do we want to get this guy? I don't know. It's not like I'm 100% convinced. We're looking for trophies, so let's acknowledge this and move on. This one. He knocks the ball past the opponent, which is fine. I think I do. The question is, do we want to spend it? Where is it? Transfers? There's sell-on clauses here. Yeah, we have a little transfer budget of 44k. There's like a slight problem with that though. In case we want to spend another 44k. Great to hear that. Yeah, in case we want to spend another 44k, overall balance will not look good. So I'd rather not spend too much. I'd rather rely on loan players and maybe... And it depends. If we can find a really great talent, why not? So... For him as a poacher, he's not better than what we have, is he? Yeah. I see it in a similar way. First time shots on him and blah. That's not bad. But I'm not entirely convinced. Also, he's balanced and media friendly. I guess this is not horrible, but I'm not convinced by the prospects of signing him. We have a 34-year-old goalkeeper here. In general, I'm not opposed to the idea. Same here though, we don't necessarily need him, he's not better than what we have. No reason to sign him. As a secondary goalkeeper maybe, but then he would complain about being rested on the bench all the time. He's 30. His contract runs out. He's balanced and level-headed. I don't know. Suspiciable to injuries. He's definitely better than our secondary choice, but do we really need to loan somebody in for the last few games? as secondary goalkeeper. I guess we could try to get rid of this guy. On the other hand, so far he trains well, so why would we? Generally not opposed to signing him, but not excited by the prospect either. Him, he's for free. And looking at this, avoids using weaker foot seems fine. Concentration is bad, positioning and anticipation could do with some improvement. The throwing is shit too. I don't care about that, so not that much anyway. We can avoid throwing. Well, I wouldn't know either of them. But from a goalkeeper's perspective, is this guy really bad? Do we wanna get him in? He's a free transfer after all. Yeah, that's a question, I guess. Because if he's 23. So we will not shape his personality any longer. He's definitely a new gen. And he's balanced and level-headed. So I guess let's have a look at the cheat sheet. Give me a second. Because I want to find out. Balanced and level-headed, this is not horribly bad. I think that includes some loyalty, right? And that's it. So according to the personality checker, he might have rock bottom professionalism, sportsmanship, and controversy. That's not great. And his professionalism and ambition will not be good. He has average loyalty though, due to being level-headed. So it's not exactly a great personality to add to the squad, other than as a backup member. As a backup member, probably okay. And that's definitely not what we're looking for here. Maybe backup? Don't let anyone tell you that I'm looking for money all the time. 450 for a backup though. Yeah, disregard that. I will not pay him 450 for a backup role. That's just too expensive. I don't want to spend that money for somebody that will not play. So I don't like that. Oh, let's get rid of him for now. And then we have A and A plus ratings here. So this guy's for loan. He's balanced, playmaker-ish type. It's not bad. He's outspoken though and balanced. Don't like that. Yeah. So he has high controversy, unsurprisingly. And no better than average ambition and professionalism and sportsmanship. He's not great as a personality, which is some sort of a problem. I guess long term though, but on the other hand, he's 21, so he will not change his personality that much, at least not in the next 2 years. So I'd rather not rely on him either. Kind of weird, just sort them all out for this or that. And with this guy, so assuming we play with Shadow Striker in the future, yeah, that's a decent signing. It's not great, but decent. He's a bit expensive, media friendly and balanced, so we have no idea about his personality whatsoever. Do we want to include him into our current squad? There's certainly reasons to be found why we would want to include him. But he's strictly an attacking player, right? gets into opposition area is quite focused, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. True. True. I didn't notice. Thank you very much. And he has some flexibility to him. So, and decent passing. Like, this is really interesting, actually. Let me put it that way. Assuming we loan him in. I will overdo it again. Assuming we loan him in and play him. Well, where could we play him? For now, obviously here. If we can, that is. Where he is not really bad at anything. So I guess that's fine. Attacking midfielder. In central midfield, he could do some sort of playmaker role, but that would not use his size and strength. And also he gets into opposition area and likes to lob the keeper. He's more of a strikerish guy. So we will have a problem with integration, but we might try to play him as a striker. He has some flexibility here. He might be accomplished really fast. And then 15 points of jumping reach in Indonesia is basically... I wouldn't say there's nobody that's better, but it's really rare to have somebody that's better. And he's Indonesian, so he can play the entire season. I want to loan this guy in. I do not like the personality, but... well, I don't watch the game. You know, I'm kind of busy streaming. I get a newsfeed though, powered by Mies. Apparently we can loan him in for 12 months. They want us to pay his wage though. Let's try not to do that. Oh. Okay. There's none selected. I guess that's it. Can't play against own team. This is shit. Go away. I do not want to pay wages for them. Why would I do that? If I will only do that if I'm 100% convinced that we absolutely need a player in exactly this position at that amount of at that point in time right now. In his case, I don't think so. There will be a few additional First League scouting reports coming in. Did we set up that training? Looks like it. Not this stuff though. This is not me. No offers for free players, yeah, that's fantastic. And now other players are poaching ours. Yeah, but in Isra's case, where was it? The problem with that I see is that we can probably get... Oh no. What was his first name again? Great. So that's also a problem, but that's not what I'm willing to go to argue right now. He actually develops. So if we have an attacking Shadow Striker here, Isra absolutely needs to play somewhere else. That wouldn't be the worst of it though. Was it this guy? Yeah, it was this guy. Wayan Isa. My problem with it is that I think that we can get similar players that might even be able to play as a striker. Maybe a little bit worse. I'm not sure if I absolutely want him. We did get a few additional entries on the list though. And I guess we need an overview first. Is this guy really good or isn't he? Same here, this is the goalkeeper. We had a look at him. This guy too. So some of these seem not to be any good. They are these former trialists or something? Not sure. I also wanna. Oh, I guess we could ask the director of football, couldn't we? Did we do that? Is there a director of football here? No, we can ask the chief scout. And we want somebody for defensive midfield as a ball-winning midfielder, you know? For example, this guy. Come in. Hopefully that's a thing. We can also use a deep-lying playmaker. He cannot think of anyone. That's better. Sure. Passing 1 to 9, yeah, that will be great as a deep line playmaker. I'll still have a look. Who else is really shitty in here? I guess the wingbacks could do with some improvement, right? They are not that bad though. Well, the right one is. So, assuming we need a wingback, why not ask the director of football about it? That's okay. Can we get him in on trial? Let's see. So maybe there's some sort of hidden gem in there. But I feel like I'm constantly overdoing it with the transfers. Like I'm signing everyone. I'm not selective enough, I think. There's always this concept of if we get him in and do this or that on him, and then afterwards we can probably do this or that. And then at the point where you get that stuff settled, you don't need him anymore, or something doesn't go that well, or whatever. And I feel like maybe we should try to be more specific about this. And only sign players if they really fit a few boxes. Like Bernie Goat did, for example. That was a great signing, even though we never saw him as a player. Okay. So Orsini is gone. Not a problem. Okay, let's not talk about a weekend training, but we have a scouting report on Diva United, which means there's 2 additional players here who might or might not be interesting. That's... You got an opinion on that? I think so too. He's a bit small. On the other hand, we're talking a wingback. Physicals are not that far off what we need. Technicals are good overall. Sure, he could do with the odd improvement of 1 point here and there, but this is a 17-year-old. This is fantastic. I would definitely want to sign him. I don't like the personality, but I don't care. Likes the ball played into feet is also a trait that is entirely fitting. His heading is 7, sure, but his jumping reach is 2. So I think this is great overall. They do not even... Yeah, let's not do that. It doesn't look like they need a wage contribution. So we develop him for them and then we buy him at some point. How much money is this guy right now? 22 to 65k. So I'd rather not include a clause right now or buy him out. What's the rules if we buy him outright? He's on a youth contract after all. What happens if we buy him immediately? Okay. Well, he doesn't want to sign anyway, so it's not like that might work. But so we need to bring him in on loan, for sure. That definitely not. And he should be able to play in cup matches. We will not pay anything. I would love to have a clause included. He's not interested in a permanent deal. That's it. So he wants to come in on loan, but not on a permanent basis. If we go up to the first league, though, which might happen at some point, he might get interested. So why not try that? Let's get him in for loan. Then we have a backup. That's not a bad choice, I guess. And this one... He tries killer bolts with a passing of 4. Great. Thanks for having this talk. Fantastic. Let's go. I do have water. Great. 3 months. Yeah, we could. It really depends on how long the season is, right? But we're talking about for money. Sure, we could. The thing I'm thinking right now is, do we really need him? So we will not play him for his size anytime soon, because he's not natural in this position. He's not even accomplished or anything. We have so many poachers in this squad, and probably 50% of them will leave at the end of the season. We do have players on the wings, and most of them are damn fast. Sure. Where's Isa? Here he is. This guy. True. But that's the wrong player. Yeah, and Aziz Oseni, who could play every match here, he is unregistered because he's Nigerian. So you are right. On the other hand, I do not know about the schedule yet. Seems like we will play 5 matches and afterwards the league continues with some sort of other system. But sure, we can sign him. Maybe for 3 months, why not? Well, the minimum we can do is 7. So that would be 2.1k, that's not that much money. Let's see if he wants to come at all. I saw, that's the one I declined. You got your first ad, okay. Well, I don't know, I need to figure out how to include the ad manager in here. It's weird, I do not get a warning and neither do I get the possibility to snooze this. So I will figure it out at some point. I guess I will need to watch a YouTube video or something for this though. So I will not get it fixed today. I'm sorry about that. The ads are configured the way they should run every 30 minutes at this point. So usually within a match, for example, like I should be able to just snooze them and do it afterwards. It's basically doing it automatically, and you can push it forward, but it reminds you if you want to put it that way. So this is why I enabled it at all. The alternative is to have pre-roll ads on. Yeah, I think it's configured to be 1.5 minutes every 30 minutes though, because Twitch minimum is set up that way. They want to have 3 minutes of ad time per hour as a minimum. We can talk about if this is fair or not all day. It's the way it is. I can't help it. Yeah. So he will come in. That's good. That said, obviously, I'm quite happy if it's less ad time. We could, yeah. We could. On the other hand, well, why not? We could. He tries to get into opposition area though. So if we play him, that's a vastly different tactic, isn't it? Well, he'll be around for 7 months, so we'll see. Yeah, he can. He can. The problem is there is no. We need somebody to as a composite for that. We need a striker for that, and that striker preferably should be somebody that creates space. And I'm fine with this. I'm not even sure if he needs. Yeah, I guess he needs heading and bravery. Sure. Not like it's horrible, but he could use it. So now we need a. Is he big? Well, I guess that's wrong. Yeah. So we need a second big man. This reminds me of who is it? Harry Kane? No. Well, I think Harry Kane played as an attacking midfielder for a while, didn't he? I'm not fluent in this stuff. Yeah, he did. So I think Harry Kane played at some point in attacking midfield, and he's also a great attacking midfielder. Not only a great striker. So it reminds me a little bit of that. He's not that strong, obviously, but a good jumper. Still, we would need somebody up front to complement his moves from deep, preferably drawing out defenders, drawing the defenders out of position, central defenders. So I don't know, a strong guy, or a deep lying forward or something. I don't care much, do I? This looks promising, does it? Yeah, we need a central defender. This is a central defender. End of debate. Personality is not great. And he's 22 already. But for the remainder of the season, can we deal with this? Orochi, in comparison to infantry. It's not a fair comparison, he's a great defender. Maybe in comparison to him. Not a fair comparison either. But he has better physicals. I like to trade on him. He's not fantastic as a central defender, but they are rare. Can we get him for free? That's my biggest question. I do not want to buy him, thank you very much. They want a wage contribution for him though. How much are our central defenders? He's on 1.1k per week. And he's on 300. Sure, let's bring him in as a French player. Let's not negotiate any of this because I'm really annoyed if they come over and want to have this or that. Loan cannot be terminated. I'd rather want to terminate it though. Can play against own team, sure, and in cup matches. So we do that too. Another 300 spent. And who's the last one on the scouting list? So this is interesting, yes. And this to me is a must buy. Yeah, it's a must buy. Well, he could be a bit better. Still, that's a must buy. The off the ball movement is shit. The rest of the mentals are for this level and this point in time. He's 18 after all. This is great. I want him. Okay, maybe he's a bit bad. I still want him though. We need a player at some point that can play there that is young enough and not 30-something years old. We need young players for the first team and we need players with a good personality. He checks a lot of boxes. Skill level, not that great. Also, that's yet another small fullback. I don't care much though, I think. So I will try to loan him in too. It's not a youth contract anymore. He might be really cheap though. Nah, let's loan him in. Or they want 110k for him. Sure. Most definitely not. They would not want a monthly fee for him. Okay. That's not bad. We need a backup anyway. And maybe he is, maybe he feels inclined to come over later on. We might run down 12 months of his contract, not play him that much, and get him in. Or play him a lot, and get him in because he's worth it. We'll see. I do not want to spend 100k on a player though. Doesn't feel suitable. Okay. We don't have an analyst, I think. That's a problem. I think we need a data analyst or performance analyst or something for that. And I don't think we have one. So we would need to sign stuff, and well, it might be worth it, but given the financial circumstances of the club, probably not. I'll have a look into it though, but I think we can't. We need some sort of stuff for it. I might have done that last time out. Well, this certainly takes a while. There's 2 additional offers accepted for loans. Yeah, we loan them both, right? Sure, we loan them both. And people want to buy Gabrielle at the end of the contract. Sure. That's a thing. Then we have an additional scouting report. We don't care about that one. I know. We are just trying to loan him in. That's probably the worst, isn't it? He comes deep to get ball, so something like this. He doesn't have the attributes for it though. He has a great finish. Yeah, absolute no-go. So not gonna happen. He's fairly pro. Left-footed, runs with ball down the left, gets forward whenever possible, and knocks the ball past the opponent. If only we needed a winger. Do we? Do we? Well, he's not great. He's not that bad either, though. And I like the traits on him. Winger on attack. It's not that bad. We could use that. We can also play him as an inverted winger, even though, nah, probably not. Probably we should stick to the traits here. But it feels like this fits our concept. How many loans can we have? I don't want to overdo it. Great. No, this is all of them. That's not better. That's 1, 2, 3 so far. How many are there to be had? Loans, loans, loans. Where is it? Maximum of 6 players over the age of 21 allowed out on loan to a foreign club at a time. We don't have that. Maximum of 6 foreign-based players over the age of 20 were allowed on loan at a time. So, I guess this... But this is all foreign-based. What? Yeah, that's a final, okay. I cannot seem to find rules against loan players. Does this mean we can sign everybody on loan from Indonesia? Not that I want to. Maybe I want to a little bit. Yeah, why not? Fantastic, he's for free. So, you argued that we should do match preview. Here it is. We need a data analyst for that. And the same here. Oh, it should be here. Data analyst. Data analyst. Do we have the possibility to sign a data analyst? I guess that's a performance analyst, isn't it? Nope, we can't. So I had a look. In my defense, I can't. I want to though. That's great. I only offered them to be fringe players though, all of them. Same here, I can't. It should be in the menu that I just clicked. I don't think I can. I can go to the where is it? I can ask for loan manager and the technical director. So either I did that last time out, or I'm not with the club for long enough. He knocks the ball past the opponent now, apparently. That either that went really fast, or he was pre-instructed to do that. Sure, not bad. The 17-year-old that we found for the right back position will come in on loan. So that's fine. We do not pay him either. And Rahman, our goalkeeper, that's the secondary goalkeeper. He will move on to another club. I don't care. Not that much anyway. We don't even know where we will play next season. So he might not be good enough for the first league. Or if we play in this league next season, which is still a possibility. Looking at this. Yeah, but we don't need him immediately, right? We can though. In fact, we should probably get a first choice goalkeeper, but for next season, not for this one. I mean, feels like I'm starting to overdo it already. So right now I'm trying to. Yes, but if we find a fairly pro or resolute or model citizen or whatever, he will probably be too young. Or if we find a really old one, okay. Apparently they don't like it. Is that the fans or it's the fans? The fans do not like us signing this guy. Great, I do though. I'll do what you suggested, John Nullet, with the goalkeeper. But I'm trying to step back a little bit for now. So I brought in some younger players, or at least one. What's with him? Okay. 2 to 3 days, that's dangerous. I click continue without doing what I said. We need to have a look at this too. So we wanted to ask the chief scout / director of football in the transfer menu about recommendations for a goalkeeper. Nothing coming up. He doesn't know of any. Well, we need a goalkeeper in fact. But he doesn't seem to know goalkeepers. Cool. I do though. There's a few goalkeepers in here. It also seems like we did expand this quite a lot recently, with all of these loan players, or potential loan players. No. He's casual. No. Juan Carlos Gonzalez. Well, with that name, he's Indonesian and from El Salvador, apparently. As a central defender, he's out, though. I'll add him to the shortlist for a year. That face feels vaguely familiar. Tries first time shots. Doesn't take long shots though. Not bad. I don't want to overdo it though, and he doesn't feel that great of an addition to the squad. Jimmy Yusuf. He comes deep to get ball and plays 1-2s. Great balance. Unambitious and media friendly though, I don't like that. So I'd rather not. Wow. Also spirited and unflappable. That's at least average professionalism. Probably more. Ambition can't be really bad. Controversy should be rather low, which is fine. Obviously with important matches. Apparently we don't know. Loyalty seems to be above average. Pressure should be good. You know, he's unflappable after all. That's good. It's good material. Also, he doesn't have a trade restricting him to one side. He can play on both. His mentals could be better though. They want money for him. This is why I didn't want to sign players on money, because there's always clubs that offer these players out for free. So we shortlist him and we move on, isn't it? Like him. He doesn't have 16 points of acceleration, he has 13. But he comes for free. They are trying to poach all of our players, apparently. Seems like we need to do some contract negotiations. So... we have the possibility here. Yeah, thank you very much for the notification. The thing is, I do not recognize... I guess I recognize when this happens. Yeah, the schedule is quite okay. I think. So it should be 1:30 every 30 minutes. And it keeps it running, basically, so that pre-roll ads are off for the entire time. My problem with it is, it doesn't notify me. And I cannot snooze them. Because if I would be notified 5 minutes earlier, I would be able to, you know, do a break. And then nothing would happen. I don't even know if you hear this. Let me try to chat here. Okay, but is it gone now? Like, are you back? Because this is something that's really weird. I don't see that. Okay. So the way it works is, I could probably screenshot this for you. You are all on the Discord after all. Give me a second. In case you're not aware, I will put this on the Discord server. The panel looks like this. So usually the way it works is you run an ad, one of these, because you need to get rid of the pre-roll ads. There's something that notifies you about pre-roll ads, and you need to get rid of those if you want other people to join the stream. So I usually forget about that. You know me at this point, I can run a stream for 2.5 hours without putting an ad in it. And then afterwards I go on a break and do a 3-minute ad, and everybody will complain about it. Within reason, I guess that's fine. I figure I understand it. I do not like ads myself. On the other hand, Twitch needs to be monetized in some way. So yeah, pest and cholera, they say in Germany. I don't know what they say in English, but you don't like it either way. The thing with these buttons is now that I enabled the ad manager, they might work from time to time, and I can run additional ads myself, which I do not want to do. In fact, I want to do it the other way. I want it to run by itself, but only if I don't snooze it. I do not get notified though, and apparently there should be an option to get notified about that and have some UI element, and I didn't find that. So as long as I don't find that element, it's kind of weird. Maybe I can try to edit the panels live on stream, but I wouldn't know how to do that. There should be an option to include that ad manager in here. I can also just put it off. Yes, it does. So I can also just switch it off again, I think. I think this is the way it works. The confusing thing about it is the pre-roll off timer says it's like 5 minutes to go. So I'm like, okay, 5 minutes to go. I don't need to worry about it. And then all of a sudden it runs an ad, according to you. And I cannot snooze it. There's no warning. So I did something wrong. This is basically the concept, yes. So this would be the concept. But if I would be notified about it, I could just say, okay, I will, an ad is coming up and I will go and stretch. And everybody would be fine with it because you are warned about it and I will not do any additional content in that time. So that's basically the concept I'm looking for. I guess you figured it out. But for that, I need to know that the ad is coming in 30 seconds, right? And I set up a notification for that, and it doesn't work. So something goes wrong here. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I will do a just chatting session later on and just experiment with ads or something. Yes and no. The problem with that is if you do it manually, you forget about it because you want to focus on the game. This is probably even worse with more active games. Like in Football Manager, you can have a look from time to time at other stuff. It doesn't distract too much. So this is the way I did it previously, yes. The problem is pre-roll ads are on for the entire stream if you forget about them. Pre-roll ads they prohibit other people from joining the stream. That's not entirely true, but I think you get the gist. Other people look at the stream and they click on the thumbnail and they're like, okay, this is an ad. Fuck this, I will watch somebody else. So seen from that perspective, pre-roll ads are really bad. And this is also, we can be very transparent about this. This is especially true if you are a small content creator like myself. So, with the exception of you, yourself, and me, right now, nobody's watching this, right? So, pre-roll ads are horrible to have. I'm grateful for you being here, but on the other hand, if the stream wants to grow at some point, we cannot have pre-roll ads. because otherwise most people, well, even the small number of people that would be willing to join will probably decide otherwise. So that's worse than having ads within the stream, if you get the gist. For a big stream, for example, it can be the other way around. Assuming there are, I don't know, what's a big number of watchers? 500. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Twitch, right? If there's 500 people on the stream, you don't care about running about pre-roll ads, because you are top spot. So everybody will be interested in your stream, even if it takes 30 seconds to get there. And you don't need to run ads anymore. It doesn't matter anyway. I hope that makes some sense. So this is why pre-roll ads should be disabled for smaller streamers. I guess it has to do with channel growth, if we want to put it that way. And it's kind of forced down your throat by Twitch, because as soon as you get to affiliate status, ads will run. It's not like you have a choice. You only have the choice to avoid the pre-roll ads. So I didn't know about that. Otherwise, maybe I wouldn't have gone for the affiliate stuff. Too late now. I hope that makes some sense, and it's an appropriate explanation. But I can do it manually, yes. I will just forget about it all the time. This is why I tried the tool. And to be frank about it, I will probably need to figure out how the tool works. So that's my problem. And for now, it's yours too, because I need to figure out how it works. According to YouTube videos I watched, there should be like a notification, and then I can say, okay, snooze it for another 5 minutes, and then we will do the ad or something like this. That's exactly what should be there. It should be some sort of pop-up 5 minutes earlier. In fact, let me have a look. You know, we can also do this now. Given that we talk about it all day, why not? So subscribers do not see ads. Yeah, that's the way it should be. Where is it? Here it is. Disable pre-roll ads when ads have been run. Yeah, that's true. So obviously Twitch also allows you to be really horrible with your audience, you know, show ads to everybody. Oh. Now all of a sudden the snooze ads button would work, but I wasn't notified. So also I set it to the bare minimum, by the way, right? This is 3 minutes per hour. The bare minimum that's needed to get rid of pre-roll ads. It's not like I'm trying to sell anything to you. I'm just trying to get rid of them as best possible. Yeah, maybe I misunderstood that. In any case, I talked about that for long enough. I just need to get used to it. In a way. There might be one additional problem. Maybe it's my fault for running ads manually at all. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Because if I run them manually, they add to the timer of the pre-roll ads off. So usually I'm used to starting with the stream, with, stream starting. And for 2 or 3 minutes, there's nothing there. So I run an ad. Nobody can see that ad, nobody cares. But it switches off pre-roll ads. So maybe this is why the timer is confused. And it's just running not according to the pre-roll ads, but running according to the schedule. So I think for the next stream I will just keep it enabled, so it should run every half an hour. And then the timer should indicate when the next ad will come, right? So my problem is that I was trying to switch him off at the start of the stream, maybe. I hope that makes sense. If not, I can just show you in Discord at some point, in case anyone's interested. Well, anyway. So, what about Bruno Gabriel? Do we want to play him? No, right? We don't care about him. He's not good. He's unambitious. Can we sell him now? His worth is 18k now. For some reason. They are not prepared to meet the asking price. Well, how about 14? 10? This is mail spam at this point, isn't it? They don't want to pay money for him, do they? Come on, buy him for 3 or 5 or something. He's paid money, we will not play him. You can even have him for free. Perfect. We get rid of the wage. That's great. We have enough players that would be capable to play as poachers. And now we have some wage budget left. That's fantastic. So he's gone. And he was Brazilian anyway, it's not like we could have played him. A bathroom break. Okay, Charon, I didn't read that. In fact, I also owe an ad time to Vixman was taken. So I guess we can do that here. So let's go on a short break. I'll be back in a minute or two. Okay, here we go. So hopefully you took the time for the bathroom break. We will have him in on loan, that's good. You did not? Oh no. Well, I hope you did enjoy the break for other reasons. Pinky promise, whatever you say, however you denote that in English with a gesture. I will not fiddle with the ad manager next time. I will just let it run. That's my second attempt then, and if it doesn't work, I will just do it manually in the future. It's really annoying, and I hope you can see that it's as annoying to me as it is annoying to you. I'm really sorry about that. I honestly am. I don't like ads myself. On the other hand, I guess the argument can be made that it's the only way to pay for that kind of service. If you don't want to pay for it, so you pay with your lifetime and being a consumer. Several kinds of bullshit, I guess. Well, so we have a game. There's a match against PS Barito Putra, which are #1 in the league, so we will probably suffer a lot. I never even played with these players a single time, so I have no idea about them, other than what we determined together. Okay. I'm even more confused now. Hopefully this doesn't interrupt our match. Right. So they are also not excited about this loan signing of this guy. And he will leave and join Celibest, or whatever the club's name is. So, we are slight underdogs, even though we have the home advantage. We have won the last 5 home league games, for some reason. I don't know why that is. And basically we need a win. If we have a win, we have a really good chance to go into the second phase, as it is called. Because there's a 5-point gap and we need a 9... Well, we have 3 matches to go, so 5 points is not good enough. If we get a win and results go our way, we are done. If we get a draw and results go our way, we get it done. If we lose and results go our way, we are not done yet, but we are in a really good spot. If, we lose and they win, we have a horrible time and might not go into the second phase. And get fired after all. Which is fantastic! That's it. So let's go to the press conference. They have a TV screen here. I'm confused about that. We deserve to qualify. How should I know? It's not like I have an idea about this. I have faith in the players. They will do just fine. True! True! I forgot about that. Yes? Or they might crash the game, who knows? Romy Amga. It's probably not a bad player, yes? Vajan Isla's late arrival. Yeah, what about it? Your ad is about to start. Ah, here we go. It notified me. For some reason. And now I can snooze it for 5 minutes. Or nothing. So I will snooze it for 5 minutes, right? I'm also excited. Thanks for the result. This is the greatest. This is the greatest update ever about Faroe Islands and Andorra, which is like, sure, great. I would actually watch this probably if I could. It's U21 even. That's even better. I love it. So your ad is about to start. It doesn't say when though. I need some sort of graphics panel here. And that doesn't exist. Or I cannot find it. I do not even want to deal with this. Well, okay, so we will go through the press conference, then we will sit out yet another ad apparently, and then we will go to the match. Yeah, it's squad death, more or less. Also, he's good. I don't know. Who is this guy? That's the 18-year-old. He's not that impressive in training. Okay. So they favor a direct style. Yeah, definitely. That's interesting. I guess if you're into international football. I don't know, I'm more of a league football guy in general. So not sure about that. Hopefully we stand a chance. That's the entire press conference, great. Okay. Let's have a look. We have a few replacements that need to be registered first. Where's this? Registration. There it is. So we will register the lone players. Maximum size is 33 players. Great. So somebody needs to go. Who will go? Well, he's injured anyway. Please don't tell me we can just unregister somebody. Oh no. Foreign players are not allowed. Okay. I see. Maximum of 3 over 35 players. Great. So I guess everybody is registered for the first team. Now, who would we want on the bench though? Because I expect the other ones to be the first team anyway. So that's a right defender, why not? That's a left defender. Same, why not? He can also play in defensive midfield in case it's needed. He can't play anywhere else though. The central defender didn't come in yet. He can play in midfield, well, basically everywhere. And similar argument can be made for him. So we need a striker. Who's the best striker in this squad? Well, Oseni can't play. So Zico apparently is the next best one. He's not great as a striker though, but we'll take him along anyway. And then we need a central defender. And there is none to be had. So we cannot bring along Oseni. He will leave. I don't want to bring along one of the casuals. So I guess the experienced winger will need to do. That's a weird composition on the bench. Gibraltar against France. I didn't read that, sorry. Probably not. On the other hand, as Germans, we should. Is it still good tradition to bet against France in general as a German? We can also just bring along one of the youth players. So well, in that case, I'm hoping for Gibraltar to win this one. To be honest, though, I think France will probably devastate them. 2 digits. Yeah, great. I don't care anymore. So central defender on loan is not a... There's a few more potential loanees here. He's not the one. Is there a central defender amongst them? He might be, but I'm not convinced. In other news, is there a central defender here? He's 1.90 meters. And his contract runs out. And he's under transfer bid. We could also bring in the Gonzalez guy. He's not that tall. Overall, seems like a well-rounded guy, though. Or the 33-year-old. That's actually... that's a central defender that is with the opposition today. Oh, we don't have a slot anyway. Nah, but I think we'd rather we should probably go to the match and then decide afterwards. We should probably just do the match and try to find somebody later on. This feels like it feels like the transfer window closes here. So I don't know how long the season will go afterwards. If we do not make it to the playoffs, season's over, right? More or less. Is it? Schedule says it goes until the end of January. So what happens if you do not make it to the playoffs here? Yeah. So if we are in the 3rd to 6th spot, season's over. Season ends in March anyway. So either we make it into the second phase, or we sit around until the start of September. Which my contract includes the next season, yes. If we want to do that. Or, you know, we resign and move somebody else. With these weird league rules. I don't know. But we gotta make it to the playoffs. If we want to keep this interesting. Otherwise it's 3 games and 2 cup games, and that's it. Yeah, and it seems like half of our squad is on the way out anyway. So we need to rebuild this squad basically from scratch. I didn't find players yet that are really convincing that I want with the club under any circumstance. And also some sort of financial problem seems to be looming here too. $500,000 in the red is not great. Yeah, I guess in general, it doesn't matter much where the debt comes from. If you're really broke, that's probably not a good idea. Owing money to other people is never good. That's the way to see it, yes. And to be fair, the prize money for not making it to the playoffs is a 188k. So we are fine from that perspective, because some of the debt will be well, we will get rid of it. I don't know about the prize money of the cup yet, but if we make it to the playoffs for one reason or another, I guess I will call them the playoffs, because that's what they are. Then we stand a chance to either move to the top spot, to the top league, and hope that we can have a chance up there next season, or at least we might find some financial compensation. Everybody expects a draw. Winning would clear an objective as a footnote to the bigger history. Cool. I should better go there, yeah. I think the expectation is also... No, they only want a top half finish at this point for some reason. And they want us to be competitive. I guess being competitive is a no-go, no-brainer. That's the theory, yes. They might also go on a long break and do absolutely nothing. I don't know yet. General character of the squad had a positive impact lately, apparently. What's the general character of the squad? Please tell me it's professional. It's fairly pro. Great. That's not bad. How's dynamics, by the way? Hierarchy is fine too. This guy moved up. He's more important now. That's great. I love it. So, he's entirely unsharp for some reason. Apparently they didn't rotate, did they? We can just look at the sharpness and figure out who got played previously. Yeah. Great stuff. So he's entirely out of shape. We will play him for 90 minutes, who cares? That's good. We will do it. Get it? It's not like anything's going on here, is it? Well, a little bit maybe. What did I do? Oh no! Apparently I drag and dropped something. Give me a second. Oh, we're talking right back, not right back. You know, this is what marketing does to you. I was like, he wants a Red Bull. Just get one. I mean, I guess that doesn't sound that tasty, but if you want to. Hell no. Okay, so much for that. Well, I, I'm not aware of anything in particular other than a ton of sugar. That's probably not healthy in that stuff. Ahmad Taufik trial is coming to an end, and I can certainly see why we will probably not sign him as a central defender. Not even for a few days. More or less I agree with that. I think I'm not a medical professional and neither am I a nutritionist, but the last status quo that I had on that is saturated fat as well as sugar is not that healthy. Sugar is also what you said, addictive and inflammatory. That's true, and it results in a very high insulin response, which is not a good thing. Because then you will be tired and hungry, and then you will repeat the cycle all over again until your body's fucked. At least that's what I got from it. So more or less, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can binge on other stuff, right? It's more about the general advice: eat fatty fish, try to get some fiber in, eat fresh vegetables, and I don't know about fruit, stuff like that. So I wouldn't want to go much further, because medicine is really damn complicated, and I'm a computer scientist after all. So probably not a good idea for me to determine what's healthy for you. I don't know. Listen to your... I don't know. Avocados are great. So, if we can switch to taste here, I think avocados in general are really great from a composition perspective, but also from a taste perspective. I wasn't used to it, but at this point, if I can get them into the right state prior to having a salad, I love to include avocados. He's not that bad, is he? At least from a jumping reach perspective, but the rest of it is shit. He's just a jumper. He should play basketball or something. Rarely. I'm more of a steak and salad guy these days. That said, it's not like I have anything against Mexican food. Mexican food is tasty. I also like hot food. Within reason. You know, the kind of person that likes hot food, but not really hot food. Okay. Maybe I will look into it at some point. It definitely sounds like a tasty dip, that's for sure. He's not fit. We don't care. We need to get rid of the casuals, will we? Okay, that's after the match. Let's go to the match, and in case there's an ad break, because I don't know if I can avoid that. I guess I can. I don't know. In case there's a sudden ad break in the middle of the match, this is not intended. You have been warned. So just drop it in the chat and I will pause the game for, I don't know, 1:30, I guess. Because I don't want to do that to you. But I didn't figure out that stuff up until now. So please just inform me. Oh. Full highlights would be like 90 minutes. Isn't it? That's probably a bit hard on us. We have approximately another hour. So, well, it's a bit more than an hour. So 90 minutes is probably a bit much. I guess comprehensive highlights will do. To be fair, I'm not even sure if I want to stay in this country and this league for all that long. So I guess it depends on how it works out. Distributing down the flanks seems reasonable. Yeah, 2 fullbacks, that is. That seems reasonable. Yeah, that's it. They are looking at my upper torso area all the time, and this is quite uncomfortable. At this point, I realize how women must feel. I'm kind of half serious. Not really. I don't know. Is it fair to say Indonesians are, in general, are smaller? Is this a thing, actually, or is this just me and Football Manager? I don't even know. Opposition instructions. So what do we know of them? They play direct football. Also, we know that he's not bad. Yeah. I'm 1 meter 84, man. I'm not that tall anyway. He has a weaker foot. Let's show him to the weaker foot. He's... I don't know. He's a good dribbler. Off the ball movement is okay. Most of these players have pace. I do not like that. Same with our defenders though. They do have pace. So I guess fast football is a thing here. This guy seems to come back from injury. Sofyan Sihan. He's an unambitious winger with a whopping 3 points of tackling. 3. He doesn't belong here. What sort of injury was this? Yeah, it's a twisted knee only. That doesn't feel like we should foul him off the pitch. In particular due to his dribbling of 9. He's not a great defender though. In fact, he could be quite horrible in defending. Wow. Look at that acceleration and pace though. Fucking hell. Yeah, jumping reach 5. So through balls apparently are not a good idea. According to him though, through balls are probably a good idea. Jumping reach is 3. Maybe we could score with a long shot or something. Slightly more direct passing is on too. This is approximately what they are used to. Not the formation, the rest of it. Okay, let's submit this. Yeah, sure, squad number selection. Can you just order number? Thank you. They do not agree with the team sheet, and probably neither. They like the formation at least. Cool. Let's go. Maybe we can just win, you know, on accident or something. Also, there's sound, and this is... apparently this is the way it should be. Not too loud, is it? Let's go. This seems really loud to me. This must simulate a big stadium. Yes, they are. They definitely are. Apparently we lost last time out. This is easy. Fantastic. We motivated them. I don't even speak Indonesian. Or is it Hindi? I don't know. This is not India. I'm confused. Give me a second. It's Bahasa Indonesia. Is this... that's a common language in Indonesia, right? They created that one, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. That's probably the one that they created. I was told about that by somebody at some point. I do not know what to tell them other than encouraging him. So I will do that. Alright, the language is Bahasa Indonesia. Nobody cares. There's a tunnel interview. Can I sum up my feelings? Seriously? I would be so lost. So lost. That's probably not a good idea. How important is a good performance for you today? It's mandatory. We need it. Obrigado. Well, I learned something today. Obrigado. Oh, probably obrigado. Obrigado? I don't know. I need a pronunciation. So, anyway, we need to win this match, and apparently the 25k are not in the stadium. This is a big stadium, though. And there's players in it. Well, you know, spectators, fans, players too. 9,930. This is our stadium. So far, so good. Not good. This is not fair, Mies. That's not fair. They are not Dortmund. You shouldn't be. Let's encourage them. We conceded a corner. Also, did I mention that I did not do set pieces? Off to a great start. Granata catches the ball. Rinaldi. Utama, have a long ball. All the long ball football all the time. Ari. Another long ball for Embry. Embry. It's Mbiri, by the way. And it's in. Apparently direct football fits us nicely. Off to a great start. Yay! Thanks for using that one. It took me forever to get the transparent background within the gaps of the net done. It was horrible. Looked like, I don't know, 2 hours or something. No! We concede. It's offside. We are good. It's offside. And what an offside. It's a lot of direct passing here. Anshori. There was an opportunity for a really great pass there and he missed it. Henry. It's Ari. I will learn the player names at some point. This is Validain. Validain, that's probably offside too. Utama. Infantry. Infantry with a long ball. That's not great. It's offside. There was a 16-year-old actually. True. Ari. Validain. Please don't lose the ball. Anshori. Infantry. And another long ball by Infantry. Intercepted by Imbiri. Imbiri. Not bad. I will need to find a face for the egghead. So far, it looks fine. For some reason. Granata. Validain. That's offside, is it? It is. I don't know how this happened so far. It might have to do with the fact that we didn't change much. That's a problem. Can somebody please take the yellow card? Or intercept that ball. What the hell? That's a really wasteful effort. They should have done better with that one. That was a really great chance. Also really horrible defending on our side. Great block. Not so great. And this is a corner. Do we praise him? I think we praise him. One goal up, we praise him. Apparently that was too much, at least for Anshori. He's overconfident now. But he got to that ball. And that's good defending. I like it. We will probably not get the Welsh players back. Whoa. We gave away another good chance. This doesn't feel good. Let's drop it to a bit more of a cautious mentality. They are not great at this, but I do not like it. I do not like the amount of chances created by them so far. So I'd rather drop him back a little bit. Yeah, how about Morgan Moody? He anticipated that one, the defender didn't. And that's the one with the 15 acceleration and pace, isn't he? Martinez! Of all the people, Martinez. Ferre, this is really pacey football, I'm not used to this. I'm used to playing with snails of players. From infantry. Validain. I also do not like the... I do not like the direct passing at all. The ball is away from the squad way too often. Our defenders are rather fast though, most of the time. Very go from... Did I mention that we should go down the left? We should probably go down the left. Very with a long shot. Because on the left is Siham, is he? So this is their right. Yeah, that was the guy with 2 to 4 points of positioning. Sure, he's friggin' fast and he's a good crosser, but there's also a problem with this guy. He cannot help much. He's on a yellow card already. Anga. And he's not a great defender either. In fact, he's a striker. He's a striker with bad crossing. Yeah, sure. Not sure if I want to react to this. But I want to play down the left. Who's... Yusuf Melana is not great pace-wise. His off-the-ball movement, though, is... At least it's better than the defending of their defender. That's for sure. Defender. Walid Ain's free kick. That's lobbed into the area. Melana picks up the ball. Infantry. And that's a shot. By Melana. Great stuff. An error on their behalf. Ari. And that's well intercepted. I'm sorry to say. Same as this though. Utama. Sukipto. Anshori. Anshori plays the killer ball for Ari. Ari wins the duel. That's probably offside, is it? It's not offside? What the hell? Henry wins the duel. And the ball... Yeah, the ball is by the defender. You're right. The defender did the tackle. And the poacher just tapped it in. Great! 2-0. I guess we go to the playoffs after all. Now, if we finish top spot, for some reason, we only have to win one game. Or I think everyone in top spot goes up, or something like this. I had a look into it previously, in the last stream, I think. Anshori's on a yellow card now. He's the ball-winning midfielder, so we put him on defensive midfielder duty and ease off tackles, and taking fewer risks too. He also can probably do short passing, can't he? Yeah. Here's Anshori. He's not a horrible passer, but not a great one either. Also, I do not love direct passing. It really depends. Guardiola's book. No, you know what happened? I burned Guardiola's book on the flight from Wales. I burned it, and then a demon came out, and it told me, play direct football. That's what I do now. Also, I should work on my devil expressions, probably. Sanusi with a long ball. Is it intercepted? It is not. Yeah, the secret weapon is great tackle. I don't know how we got here though. This feels like a freak accident. A happy accident, but still an accident. Not bad. It's entertaining at least, that's for sure. And everybody's happy with it. So let's carry this through to halftime. Ronaldo. That's not great. It's just not great. Yeah, he's got the pace. But otherwise, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous now. Fakhrudin, Sanusi, Siahan, Sanusi, Fakhrudin, and that should be intercepted by infantry, and it is. Ari, Validane. The good technique in first touch and passing overall shows. Technical football, fast-paced technical, maybe short passing football, doesn't look like a bad idea here overall. Ronaldo, the segundo volante with a nice cross. That didn't happen. We could. In fact, you had a really great idea there. Because this guy, he has jumping reach 11. He's not that small either. But wide target forward is not a bad idea. That's great. And it's offside. I thought about bringing him in on a winger position maybe. Sure. This Gouffron, for example. He's not tall. He has 5 points of jumping reach. So maybe we can bring him on to face Azirak Gouffron. And Azirak Gouffron is also a central defender. So pace-wise they are similar. But if we play with direct passing towards the new target forward, I guess. As a wide target forward he might do. Why not? Unconventional tactic for me, but it's not as if I care. And Melana doesn't stand a chance. Ari has a great game though. So I guess the question is, do we want to get rid of Ari? I'd rather not. Vayan Isha. True. Not true. Sorry, man. Isha can though. So we can bring on Isha on the left. And we bring him on the left, and we play him as an inverted winger on attack duty. So this is kind of weird, but on the other hand it might work. We still focus down the left, doesn't matter much. Do we play? We can also play him as a target forward, can we? On the other hand, why should we? So he will try to get further forward. He has really good off the ball movement. He's not that fast. Doesn't matter much though. And we have another finisher on the pitch, I guess. I don't know what to do with Anshori. There's no additional defensive midfielder on the bench. Obviously we could use Ronaldo, but there's no, you know, technical midfielder on the bench either. We don't have any. I guess Imbiri could... Nah, he couldn't drop back. Doesn't matter much. Yeah, we need to get this over the finish line. In one way or another. And Utama has a good game, currently. Sure, why not? Okay. I will praise him. Fantastic. I didn't expect that. Apparently they didn't either. I'll have a look. Ali, Dain, Tama, well they can't, but one on the bench might, yes. He barely can, but that's an alternative, that's true. He can't. So we bring Arianto on, say, minute 60 or something. I guess this is Poland. Sure, why not? This is typical German German stuff, by the way. In case you're wondering, Cherenollet, to be kind of fond of losing football games in international competitions, it feels like a German thing. At least to me. Oh, it's yellow for Ferry. Okay. They switched to a 4-4-2. Which means we do not need to go through... Well, against a 4-4-2, we really do not need to go down the wings, do we? Forget about that. Play through the middle. There's also a yellow card in the middle on a ball-winning midfielder, so why wouldn't you do that? Great tackle. Good stuff. We still play a cautious mentality. Ari. Can somebody close this guy down? Gufron. Well intercepted by Vagildain. Defending overall is great. I love it. I don't know why that is though. Ari loses in the ball. It's not intercepted by whoever that is. Who was it? I don't know. Doesn't show. It is blocked though. Granata safe. Rinaldi. Ari with yet another chance. Let's praise him once more. Give him some confidence. And Shori with a long ball. That's not one for Isha. And that's probably a bad pass, is it? It is. It's offside. Will we actually win against the leaders of the league? Setyavan, Sanusi. Long ball, infantry, routine interception, Rinaldi, Imbiri, Anshori, that's not a risk-free pass. Isha tried to lob the keeper. Well, or it was blocked, or both at the same time. Rinaldi takes the corner. It was a near post corner. So Kipto, Rinaldi again. Rinaldi, Ari, it's over. I will press the snooze ads button here. Something went wrong, great. So in case you get an ad, I'm not responsible. I tried. Of course I'm responsible. There's another yellow card for them. I didn't get the player though. Oh, it was the central defender, that's great. We're trying to go through the middle anyway, don't we? Yeah. Imbiri. After a throw of Validain, Rinaldi, that's probably offside. It is. It is. Intercepted by Isha. Solistyavan. There's the ad. I will pause it. This will be highly confusing to anyone watching this later on YouTube. Just Twitch stuff. Somebody will probably explain it to me at some point. So, might as well use the time, right? The only player in their squad that does well is Sanusi. Probably, mostly down to the physicals, probably. Is there anyone in particular that needs to be exploited? Sure, we could go through the middle of the pitch. Go, go, he says. Well, in that case. I'm trying to figure out if there's something that we can exploit or should exploit, like... Not that. I want to see the win too. Or you're probably talking about Poland against Germany though, don't you? Manchuri, not that bad. I said we bring on the fullback. We bring on the fullback. This guy comes on for Anshori. And he will play as a ball-winning midfielder here. Pass it shorter is fine though. He's not a great passer. Good stuff. Welcome to the club, Mr. Sir. Not a bad cross. Good stuff, Pranata, and he distributes the ball immediately for some reason. That didn't go well though. Arianto seems to be happy. He is delighted with the debut. Okay. Hamud. Please win the ball. Intercepted. Arianto. Good stuff. Ari. Can he find a passing option? Waildain. Rinaldi. Rinaldi loses the ball. Seriously? Why? Well intercepted by infantry. Ari wins the header. Imbiri. Does he play the killer ball? No, he doesn't. Utama. Utama's cross. Ari. It's a corner only. The technical level is quite different here. Validain takes the corner. It's intercepted within the penalty area by Sukipto? Sukipto, I think. Imbiri. Sukipto. Ari wins the header. We win a lot of headers here. Imbiri, that's not a good idea. Isha nearly won that one back. Ferre. Can somebody close this guy down? And it's just a wasteful long shot. Great! Do we have additional substitutes that want to come on? I guess some of the others could make a debut. Infantry is kinda tired. The high tempo, by the way, seems to have an impact too. Granata, Validain, not a good choice. Ari. Arianto, Ari again. Validain, nah. Not this time. Infantry intercepts the ball again. Very. And that's again. Once again, infantry with the interception. I need to pronounce this. Sulstjavan? Sulstjavan? Solistavan it is. Solistavan for Ari. It's a corner. And we will praise him. Given that we have a break. I want to see that win too. They will probably see that in Wales. That should be a throw-in, and it is. Utama with a throw-in. To nothingness though. Ferre, that should be offside. Anga was yes, it is. Anga was closer to goal than the last defender, so it's offside and we are quite happy. 75 minutes into the game, we are not done yet. So, does somebody need match experience? Sure. I guess everyone could use some sharpness. We have one additional substitute though. Oh, there's a maximum of 3 used. So, who needs to be played? Rinsaldi is. I guess the defenders are most needed, aren't they? And despite my personal impression, Validain doesn't seem like he had a good game, at least according to ratings. So we will bring on Simatupang. He's happy with that prospect. Let's go. Granata. The goalkeeper deserves his money today. Simutapang, Ari just goes past his man. Isha. Ari. Second time. 3-0. Solistjavan with the second goal of the game. I gotta be honest here. I had to look. This name is horrible. Solistjavan. I will need to learn it though, it seems. Nice goal. 3-0 against the leaders of the league. That settles the affair, does it? done for today. I love it. And infantry has been really great intercepting balls. Iravan, Hamud, well intercepted by the youngster. Arianto, and another direct pass. It's not offside this time. It is offside this time. Yeah, so 2 goals. Do we have an additional substitute? No, we don't. We are done. Imbiri with the cross. Does Rinaldi win the header? He does. Second one isn't one in the penalty area though. And that's offside by Isha. Utama doesn't find Rinaldi, but we get another corner. Arianto's corner. That's as close to a third as it gets for Solistyavan. Alfjan with a long ball for Hamud. Utama, it's intercepted. It's also offside. I guess additional praising doesn't hurt at this point. Infantry with another long ball. Intercepted by the low knee. Ari's long ball. Soljistavank, that's probably a second yellow, if not a straight red. Second yellow. That's it. Goodbye. Have a nice shower. And Solistyavan with a free kick. It's not the third. But this game is done. We will instruct him to, I guess, distribute to the flanks at this point. Not that it matters much anymore. Arianto. Solistyavan, Rinaldi. Well, if he doesn't want to, you didn't find one, right? Maybe you just need to grow one. That's not offside for Hamud. He doesn't control the ball well though. And that's easy for Pranata. Great stuff, good game, 3-0. They got a red card in the end. As a minor addition. I love it. When was the last time that we won with Tafswell? In that much of a convincing manner. Ah, I see. I see. Well, I don't know if you can do anything about that. That's not a ball for Solistyavan anymore. Because we are done. So no hat-trick for Solistyavan. On the other hand, it certainly looks like we created a lot of great chances. I love it. They are complacent. We did that too, yes. Also, I'm not so fond of the sound. So if you have if you have an idea of a sound that could be included for free here, please let me know. But yeah, we did that. We shut up shop. Well, we had to score 3 times. So he didn't do well. We took him off because he didn't do well. We will tell him. Now he's fired up. 6.6 is not good enough, and we will do the same to Milana. Now he's anxious. Okay, he doesn't like that. Well, fine. Ari, on the other hand, had a fantastic game. And Isha didn't have a great game. Now he's fired up. And same with Arinato, I think. 6.7 is not good enough. Nah. Probably neither of those. Let's move forward. Well, it sounds like vacation to me. Yes, I love it. Were you always confident despite moments where it looked far from comfortable? I didn't think about it much. Top performance, great. Now we just need to go up. So Arianto made a debut. I'm happy with that. Post-match press conference. You know what? I will find out. First of all, I will find the light switch. And then I will find out if we can another half an hour, maybe, or an hour. So we will include a short ad break here, because, you know, as you do. I'll be back in a minute or two. You what? You have 6 points and plus 24 goal difference. What kind of ridiculous endeavor is this? Could you please elaborate? Definitely, that's great. Chernullet suggested a poll. Alright, let's do a poll. Change the tactic or not? Apparently, we will do a poll, but there's no guarantees that I will adhere to it. We will do a poll. In a reasonable manner, obviously, we will do the poll. Hope Chernullet is around. Here's your poll. You have 1 minute. Also, the poll doesn't display in a correct manner. It should be somewhere around here. Why are there no options? Well, it seems to work. It's just not displayed. Great. I agree. I do. And we should do something that fits the overall attributes profile of the team. So, for example, if they have overall great passing and great first touch, we might include less direct football, for example. Or if the decision making isn't that great, maybe we can drop the tempo a little bit, something like this. Apparently there's... You really had to try this. So Chernullet expended 500 channel points for, I guess, 2 additional votes. You did 3. This is fantastic. Not like anyone opposed you, but I love it. Oh man. Okay. Thanks and cheers. We will probably. Well, we might make it to another game. So. We have another half an hour. Oh. Also, there's a ton of messages here. Give me a second. Gotta delete all of this in case something important comes in. So, it's actually work. Can you imagine it? Well, it's not work, but it's not work. It's related to work. Did I hydrate? That counts. Thank you very much for reminding me. Otherwise, he's a foreign player, not including Asian players, and we can play him in the next match, I think. We can play him in the next match, I think, because the next match should be a cup game. That's the Indonesian Cup. 3rd round, first leg. We do not stand a chance to change the tactic until that time. Which means that this training setup is okay-ish, but the rest of it isn't. Well, okay, they should rest. But we will probably give them a full day's rest. Those that need it, that is. And the rest of them, they can do, I don't know, match preparation, I guess. There's no preview available, so we do match tactics. And we do a bit of overall training, not to overdo it. Afterwards here, they can have recovery, as well as additional match tactics and maybe some team cohesion. Team bonding it is. Well, whatever. And planned for the remainder of the week. Let's do overall training on everybody. Like you do. Apparently we will not do overall training here, we will do tactical training. And here we will have preparation sessions for the next match. Because why not? Oh, we could. Why not? We could. I do not like this very much, we should probably reduce this. Maybe do additional match tactics here, they need tactical improvements after all. Do set pieces training somewhere. Not corners 2 times there, so free kicks and corners. That's okay-ish. Get rid of this maybe. Defending free kicks, get rid of this. In fact, let's do penalties too, it's a cup game after all. And then I will try to figure this out later on. Schedule says we have some time here though. That said, everybody that is really exhausted, like him, he will get a day off, a day's worth of rest. If I can find it. Where is it? Rest. A day? 2 days? A 1 day rest. He will probably not complain about that. The remainder of the squad seems to be capable to recover within a reasonable amount of time. So hopefully we have him back at 100%. Schedule isn't that hard on them. Oh, press conference, sure. Let's go to the press conference. Great. I didn't have a look at the leak yet, though. I think it feels decent, yeah. How surprising was it given our pre-match opinion of, I don't know. Winning start is always good, hopefully we can keep it going. We've enjoyed a brilliant season so far, which in no way has anything to do with me. So, did anyone see the kids, by the way, on the pitch? I completely forgot to look. Mies, did you see? Is there like a 3D kit on the pitch? Was it on the players, or were they the usual blue stuff? I was so I guess preoccupied with the match that I didn't have a look at the kits. How far can your team go? I don't know. Get promoted, probably. That goal by Mbiri in the 4th minute was a great start. You must share the fans' delight at seeing a young player coming through the ranks and making an impact on this level. I guess he's also a long-term signing. How far do I think he can go? Work, work, work. Mohamed Ari had a great game. Yes, he had. It's also Muhammad Ari. He played well though, overall. I'm happy with that. Trying to be a winger. I don't want to talk about the referees. Usually I don't. Let's have a look at the league though. They still have to play their game. They still do. So, we played our match. This is 8 points. If they do not win, we are done. We are in second place, at least. If they do win... How about them? It's 25 now. This is too far. So, Persik Kabas need to win their match. Which will probably be today, later today or tomorrow or something. Yes, I think so. The problem is we sold one. Well, the Brazilian one. It's not like it matters much, right? But I think we can play this PSIS Oseni. Which is probably not a bad idea. He has transfer range though. So, yeah. He's just been signed for the cup games. If we want to complain about being in Indonesia after at all, it's probably this. I do not like the fact how the rules are set up here. I do not like that. To have foreign players just for the cup games, that doesn't. It feels entirely weird to me. I don't like that. I'd rather have to deal with work permits and stuff all the time. At least there's a chance for foreign players in that situation. Or I don't know, with rules that force you to play younger players or something like this. I think there's some merit to that. I can see why that would be. To have different rules for different competitions within a country is kind of weird. And if you can fit it all, at least in one model, that's okay too. Like you have to play a minimum of 3 under 21 players in this competition and 5 under 21 players in this competition. That would be okay. But 0 foreigners in one competition and some foreigners in another competition just means no foreigners in the squad. So he's the youngest goal scorer ever in Biri. Did he never play? I think he never played. We should give him a face, shouldn't we? Okay, this is for Putra. Do we want to keep Putra? I'd rather not. I think we can agree at this point that Putra can go. In fact, he can go immediately. Somebody willing to make an offer? Oh hell. There's a lot of stuff to be done here. Okay, this is all decent. By the way, how's the wage budget? 12k. We have a wage budget of 17k. We signed a few players. This says 12. Yeah, maybe we can get rid of the one player or another. He didn't do a bad job in the last match. Hopefully that keeps on going. So the only forum that we will play is the Nigerian one, right? Not fantastic. I guess we can play him. Hopefully he's used to the formation and stuff. Yet another scouting report. This is about the next opponent though, is it? That's great. Yeah, sure, there's no analyst. So this is probably why there is no full scouting report there. I think I figured that one out. They are from League 1 though. So you said there's one thing that I can change? I kind of disagree. They are not good enough yet with the current style. But you said you wanted one thing changed. So, journal it. Given that perspective here, what is the thing that you would change? Table, oh. $25 points. So, 2 matches to go? First time doing it. Feel free to stick around and welcome to the stream. I think we should be qualified, yes. We are qualified. Celebrate! Tempo is really high right now. So, dropping back... Good that you asked, yes. I even did a sticker for this. I just want to show you. This feels appropriate. I will do it myself. Here it comes. This is how you are weird. On Twitch, I guess. I saw that picture, I had to do it. It doesn't even fit the stream. And I need to do some sort of sci-fi game at some point, but for now it's Football Manager, and we will remain here in Indonesia. And I don't know if Refi is still around. Is Refi still around? Well, at least it doesn't look that way. Whatever. Hi! He is still around. Twitch doesn't update the list. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Also, I have my difficulties with the ad manager, so you've been warned. I'm an amateur, in case you didn't figure it out yet. In any case, Indonesia is kind of the third stop for us. We were in Sweden and in Wales previously. In Wales, we got off that rock though. So I guess with 500... No. I guess with 500 hours streamed at this point, you could consider that to be veteran, but it's all been done within this year. I think it was... Or was it 500 hours watched? I don't know. Who knows? I could have a look, but who cares? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So... Yeah. Indonesia. So what's special about Indonesia? The players seem to be rather small, and they seem to be technically somewhat gifted, and they seem to be rather pacey. That's as far as I got so far. So as General Knowledge showed previously on this stream, I just got here because I want to be a giant. That's about it. Now we need to figure out if our player base has good technique and how the decision making is, because the higher tempo certainly penetrated our position the last match. Problem is, we didn't retain that much possession, did we? So his decision making isn't great. His is much better. Same as his vision. So do we want to reduce the tempo a little bit? I don't know. I guess we could try. Reduce it a little bit to slightly higher. That doesn't... well, it drops tempo to accomplished. It's not horrible though, we might stand a chance. And a similar argument can be made about cautious, right? Because we will play a League 1 team. Mentality is just accomplished now. Would be fluid here. I still think cautious is fine here. The goalkeeper, we will adapt that according to, I think, according to whatever we face, the formation and so on. Last time out it was fullbacks. And you could have seen that the fullbacks were really close to the center backs most of the time. So we distributed to the fullbacks, but it worked for some reason. Oh. Anyone in the mood of looking through 21 players? This is not interesting. We qualify! We qualify for Indonesian League 2 second phase. What does it mean? I think I figured that out last time out. Second phase means, well... either we win this game and we go to the final, or we go to the third place playoff. Yeah, I'm aware. I just want to have a look at it again. So... and it's 4 games. Teams play each other twice, so it's a mini league, basically. It's a mini league. And if we end up in the third spot, for some reason, we do not stand a chance to go up. If we end up in the third place playoff, so this is second spot in the second phase, does it look like I'm confused? Not yet. Not yet. Good question. Good question. This is loans. Maximum of 0 foreign players. We're trying to figure this out together. So no big deal for asking, really. It's fine. I need to figure this out myself. I had a look into it previously. It's not like I'm perfect with all of this stuff. In fact, quite the opposite. Penalty shootout if scores are still level. The winning team wins promotion. And in the final, both of them win promotion. Okay, so basically, these two, well, the one that plays the final goes up anyway. Doesn't matter. It's just about the prize money. It's not even about the prize. It's about the prize money. To a minor degree. Who gives a fuck about 10k at this level? I don't think it's about the prize money. This is just a final for a final's sake. Third place is about a playoff though. So, this is why it's probably more important here. I don't know. And the second phase? Well, we basically need to need to finish in the top spot to be guaranteed to go up. Then we can avoid the third place playoff. Or we lose it and get another, well, we get 192k, which is not great. We are in a good amount of debt. I'm not responsible for that. Not this time anyway. So, cautious mentality it is, given that we play a League 1 team in the Cup next. Which reminds me, what kind of money is expected in the Cup? I do not expect us to stand a chance there, but, you know, we'll try. With direct football, given that I burned Guardiola's instructions previously on the flight to Indonesia. So now it's direct football, at least for now. He's been removed from the shortlist. Yeah, he's in Wales. Who cares? And transfer deadline apparently is twice. Within 1 week, though. Good question. First leg, second leg. You are absolutely right. So let's have a look. Indonesian Cup again. Rules. This is third round, is it? Oh, forgot. Sorry. Third round, first leg and second leg. Yes, it's third round. Alright. So no more than 4 foreign players, no more than 3 foreign players, not including Asian players. Wow. Given that we cannot play a single foreign player in the league, we should probably get rid of the foreign players. The winner wins 21k. That's not too shabby. Away goals used if scores are level after 90 minutes. Away goals used if scores are level after extra time. Extra time played if scores are level after 90 minutes. And penalty shootout if scores are still level. So yes, away goals. Away goals it is. At least I feel quite familiar with this rule set. I do not necessarily like it, but I'm familiar with it. So, what brings you to the stream, Rafi, other than Indonesia? That is, if somebody's willing to buy them. Also, we are within this club for... It's 8 hours now. So 4 hours in this session and 4 hours in the other session. That's it. So, things are kind of confusing. Yep, maybe. But it really depends on the country. Free time! Well, welcome to your personal free time and have a nice weekend in case I don't get to say it again. I wish you the best. Same as everyone. But especially you, because you turned up in this stream, which is fantastic. I love it. Okay, so this is about deadline day. Sure, let's attend the meeting. There's a few contract expiring. Oh, God. Okay. We need to deal with this. We absolutely need to. I don't like it, but we need to deal with this. And the problem is we don't know yet if we will go up or not. So... these are important players. Let's do it the other way. John Salim. I do not necessarily feel like we need him. Need to keep him, right? In fact, I'd rather sell him. Does anyone have the opinion that we need to keep this guy? Also, I wanted to do the cup match, but apparently it's contract stuff now. I think so too, or we sell him immediately for nothing. Because that way we would get rid of his wages. And I'd rather not pay that anymore. I think we tried though. So I'll set him for release, yes. Wahui Falida. He's casual. That settles the affair for me. No way will I keep him. I'll set him for release too. Let's get rid of him. Bambang Iravan. Casual too. I don't care much about the skill level. I will not have a casual player in my squad. Go away, sir. Now again somewhere. Birul Validain. He's 34 at this point. Highly paid French player. Let's have a look at the place in the hierarchy. He's highly influential. So he also had a good game last time out, not that it matters much. He's very consistent, we cannot say anything about the training. But apparently he has taken several large steps backward as a footballer over the last 3 months. At least if we trust the coach. I don't know, I wasn't around the last 3 months, so how should I know? Technicals don't look that impressive, mentals are fine, physicals are in decline. It rhymes, it must be true. Staff attributes. Oh! He could serve as a scout though. How's the scouting department right now? Yeah, there's no scouts available. So, assuming we can keep him as a backup player. That's not the worst of it. He's not horrible, right? His scouting is not great, but I don't care much. We do not have the right to scout here anyway. He has some knowledge in some countries though, this is not bad. There's even a clause in his contract for 1 year. I'd rather renegotiate this and hopefully we can get him down a little bit. And offer him a scouting job along the way. Important player, well, no. Also, would you be willing to work as a staff member maybe? He wants to be important player. Fuck off. In that case, the agreed playing time is French player, so in that case we can just extend his contract in case we want to. If anyone else offers for him, we can extend his contract, otherwise we'll delay the decision. Freddy Santoso. He runs with the ball down the right and knocks the ball past the opponent. He's 21 and we have an extension clause. Is he important for us? Probably not. What the hell is this? It's not buggy or anything. There's no bugs in Football Manager. I do not know. Probably not extended. We also have a clause. So in case we need to, we can extend it. Utama. He's 33. Same here, probably in decline, yes. In comparison to the other guy though, Utama has better technicals. And I guess worse physicals. I would like to keep him. He's an influential player. I do not like the personality much, but it's not horrible. So there's a contract extension clause. Forget about it. I will not do anything here. In case we need to keep him, we can extend the contract. Otherwise, probably get rid of the outlandish wages. In fact, let's do that now. He is considered to be a fringe player. Let's see if he would sign as a fringe player. Once more. Okay. Go away. We will not have that. Then this guy is our striker. He scored 2 last time out. I'm not opposed to the idea of having a 33-year-old striker in the squad, but it feels like he might just be a little bit overrated. He's in decline. Well, no surprises in a 33-year-old. Doesn't mean that we cannot play him for another season, but it really depends on the league we belong to, right? So, same here. It says regular starter. He's a highly influential player, though. Don't want to make him unhappy. Yeah. Does he have an extension clause? He has. Apparently everybody has an extension clause in this club. I didn't arrange these contracts, don't blame me. Great stuff, though, that they exist. I think I want to keep him. He's not fantastic. He has no clause. He's influential. And I think I want to keep him for this position. Really. Hopefully we can get that done. That said, he's not a great finisher. So more of a wingerish type, or maybe we play him as a poacher, something on top in front here. He doesn't have great physicals, not jumping reach and strength, so he's just a pacey guy. Poacher, his finishing is not good. I just like the traits. The attributes I'm not so sure of. Fringe player to squad player, highly influential. No, only influential. So assuming we say fringe player, same here. They really expect to play all of them. Now we're getting into the meaty things. He's paid 1.1k. That's a little bit more than I'm used to. There's a minimum fee release clause for him too. We are talking a 30-year-old, so he will not be in decline just yet. He's unhappy overall with training. And apparently this doesn't produce any additional results. Well, in that case, go for heading, I guess. Yeah, I'm unhappy with the standard of the strength coaching too, as always. Does he? I don't know him. Tigger Infantry Sukamto. I don't know him. Where does he come from? This looks like an entirely Indonesian player to me. So I don't know him. I'm sorry. I should probably Google that, shouldn't I? It doesn't matter much though. You've played in the Indonesian League. Okay, I see. I never did that in my entire life, so you are welcome to introduce it to me in case you want to. To be fair, he has really good positioning. I like the tackling and marking too. Mentals are fine with the exception of the composure. His physicals are not in decline yet. The strength of 6 is not great. Trait is fine. Balanced personality is not fantastic, but what can you do? It's Indonesia after all. I don't know if the personalities here are... It feels like Sweden all over again. It's not that hard. It's not like everybody's balanced here, but, you know... This is an ad, isn't it? I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Pre-roll ads are disabled for 27 minutes. Okay. So... feel free to inform me. And in case there's no ad running for you, good for you. This is me experimenting with the ad manager. I don't know how it works. You don't see an ad. Great. That's even better. It's just... this is so weird. Okay. Well, going back to infantry in that case. I guess the question is, do we... Now I can snooze ads for some reason. I don't know. Do we want to keep him on that wage? Performances this season seem to be fine. He's also a leader, isn't he? He has high ability, he's captain, and he's set for regular playing time. Sure. I think we want to keep him, right? Yes, I think so too. He's a good leader overall. I don't like the personality, but we can probably ease into the transition. And one league above, if we absolutely go down with this central defender, who cares? Also, we need to get rid of that wage race. So, get rid of this too. Try to demote him to important player. He wants to be star player. Let's not promise anything and make him a star player. He's not fully convinced. There's no other club interested though. Sure. Non-promotion release clause. Alright, we have to look at this now. The current clause says he can leave for 37.5k. So, say for 35 or something. Oh. So, assuming... well, domestic clubs in higher division might not exist anymore. Let's assume for a second that he will accept a slight decline in the wage, which is highly unlikely, but you know. You never know. And we try to give him an additional year of contract. Okay, he doesn't reveal his demands. The value is limited by the player. Yeah, that's the maximum. Okay, great. It's not like we can change much about this. He wants those release clauses. Absolutely. Lower ones are fine for him. He will probably not accept that though. But sure, optional extension by another year. Afterwards he's 32, so he will probably be close to decline at this point. We cannot be sure. I think it's supposed to be proxied by natural fitness. That said, I think Sealand made a video about this recently, and their data mining, for what it's worth, found out that this more or less shows up for goalkeepers at the age of 38 or something, but not for other players. I do not know if this is true though. I didn't do the data mining myself. So, yeah, just reporting from that. Let's try to go with the 800. He will not like it though, will he? Nah. He wants a longer contract. He wants some sort of loyalty bonus. He doesn't care much about a wage anymore, which would be fine. If I were not to expect that he would decline. And top division promotion wage raise is absurdly high. Yeah. So the argument here is he has. This is still a contract that is worse than what he's got right now, right? If we compare this to his current contract, he's on 1.1k. So that basically means we save 250 euros a week. First of all, how's appearance fees? 230, 170, 55. We could also look here, you know, like normal people. 230, 170, and 55. That's also lower. Top promotion wage raise in the existing contract is 25%. So we are starting to offer him a lower non-promotion as well as minimum fee release clauses, which is a bit risky. And he gets another loyalty bonus, which 2.9k. I don't know about that, but we can reduce that later on if he accepts it. I would rather tickle him a little bit though, because this is the maximum demand. So let's take out a bit of everything. Maybe not this, we can reduce this later on. He can get his 2 years, sure. Let's take him take 5% here. And most importantly, let's take at least a few euros from the clean sheet the appearance fee. Also, unused substitute fees he will not care about those anyway. Clean sheet bonus he can have. In fact, let's do it like this. Is there anything else? A relegation wage drop? We will not get relegated anytime soon, but we might get relegated next season. So let's say we do a relegation wage drop here. Of say a meager 10%. He's not prone to injury, is he? Probably should have had a look at that earlier. No, it's average. That's not bad. I like it. And obviously we set this non-negotiable. Not too shabby. So we didn't give him everything he wants. We gave him 98% of what he wants. And now we'll go and redo it all over again. Because, you know, this is the way we work here. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. This is the relegation clause, yes? Yeah, okay. 35% in case we get relegated. This also includes relegation from the top league down to the second league, in case we go up this season and then back all over again. So, in that case, we are set for financial improvements with him. He will not have it at 20%. What can we do here? Unused substitute fees for a star player are usually not needed at all. And he doesn't. Clean sheet bonus he can have. This will probably not go away. No, it won't. And now we need to reduce the loyalty bonus if we can, but we can't. That's it. Is there anything else that we want to include? Sure. Let's see if he cares about an optional contract extension by the club for a year. He does. He feels like he's very valuable. Okay. So last but not least, I guess we do try to reduce the clean sheet bonus. I think we might have done that earlier. Cool. Is this an improvement? Well, he's needed. He's club captain. This certainly gives us some sort of, I guess, fundamental, he's a fundamental asset to this squad, I think. Is this a way to put it? Hopefully. In case you didn't find out yet, Rafi, I'm not from the United States or England or anything, so this is not my first language. Well, so we have that covered. Now, what about the goalkeeper? 28 years old, not too fond of some of the traits. Same here though. He's team leader. With a whopping 8 points of leadership. I guess that's okay. 700 euros a week. Can we reduce this? Maybe. Anyone's got an opinion? We want to keep the goalkeeper too? In the hierarchy, he's... well, he's vice captain. In the hierarchy, he's team leader together with infantry. He's not that bad, right? The better options are hard to assess right now. We might... I have a hard time figuring out if in the first league he's potentially rock bottom. That said, he played with PSIS in League 1. And, well, he didn't do well there, did he? The season that they played him, they went down. So, if this is an argument, it's probably against keeping him. That's not to say that we will find anything better. The best that I can come up with right now, in terms of goalkeepers, let's see what that is. Do we know any good goalkeepers? Well, this guy. We had a talk about him earlier. He's in comparison. And forget about our secondary goalkeeper. Our secondary goalkeeper is absolute shit. Also, he's sold. So, seen from that perspective, if we look at goalkeeper attributes, Pranata has way better agility, better anticipation, better concentration and decision making, and better positioning. Yeah, I guess he's, I don't know. He does yoga and also he has some experience. No surprises there in comparison to a 23-year-old. The technicals, though, the overall goalkeeping skills of the 23-year-old are way better. He doesn't have a great personality, though. So I guess the question is, do we want to get the eccentric one with better attributes and hope that he develops a mindset at some point, which is just hope? Oh, he's level-headed. That's not too bad, is it? So I guess the question is, do we want to replace him with that guy? Or somebody else? Or do we want to keep him? Well, we don't know about him. That's bad. Like, this is really bad. I do not like this. Neither do I like this. We might find a player with a better personality though, and a better leader in the end. Him, for example. Even though his attributes are not that great. But his contract runs out. So we need a secondary goalkeeper anyway. Might as well look into it, right? Yeah, so Pranata is better. But Gunavan... Oh, that's a fairly pro one, but that is outspoken. Sure. I guess we could still sign him. He's not optimal though. Let's keep him on the short list. Is there anyone else that feels suitable? Well, from a goalkeeping point of view, that's not too bad. He's on the contract though. Also, I don't like the personality very much. He's unambitious. Attributes also were a bit lackluster. Same here. Nah. He asked to leave and he's listed for a whopping €0. I can see why. I cannot see why he asked to leave though. Then we're getting into really funny territory. Like, this guy. So, for now, I don't know. We could try to renegotiate with him. One thing comes to mind, though. I do not know for sure if we need him. And even if we lose him. So, assuming we lose him, we lose a goalkeeper with 6 points of communication and 5 points of command of area. That does not feel like a big loss, if you ask me. So even if the replacement is, I don't know, 8 points everywhere, it's probably not much of a difference. So for that reason, I'd rather not do that right now. Player status. We should reduce his asking price. Here's an asking price. He has transfer arranged. Go away. There's nothing here. Okay. In fact, this is already resolved, I think. Yeah, this is resolved. It's fine. Rizaldi doesn't like the high volume of strength training. There's not a high volume of strength training. He is a fairly loyal winger and, well, we would have had a clause, but he was transfer listed and he has transfer arranged at this point. And yeah, in June of 2030. So I guess the question is, do we want to use him for the remainder of the season? Do we need this player? He's slow. He has good technicals overall. Did he play last time out? He did not. He wasn't even on the bench. Ah, he was on the bench. Never mind. Did we play him? Nope. I think so too. There's, you see that this is basically my mindset too. So either we keep him. He's also influential. I think you're right. Yeah, he's a highly influential player actually. So I don't want to just disrupt dynamics too much. He also could serve as a manager. But we cannot offer him a contract anymore, so it doesn't matter much. If we sell him now, where does he go? They are PSIS corrupt, whatever. Where is that? Here. If we sell him now, we might face him. Perfect! Here we go, Mies. This demands for celebrations. Who did score the goal? Do you know? Was it Lewandowski? I don't even know if Lewandowski plays the national team in Poland anymore, I guess. He probably should. We're 3 to 26 shots. Well, I don't think I even I don't think I'm aware. I do not watch enough football these days. I just watch Football Manager. I like it. Great. So for the next time anyone considers this not to happen in real life, you know, this is where you can say, well, Poland won against Germany, so that happened in this manner. The promotion party. We will probably not get to it today, though. Is there anything else that we need to deal with? Probably, yeah. So what about Risaldi and the strength training? He doesn't like the standard of the strength coaching. Let him decline. It doesn't matter, though. This is not strength coaching. What's the problem with the standard of the strength coaching? What? Fuck off. Go away. They are happy that we reached the playoffs. And we reached it 1 year ahead of schedule. I don't think I ever played Champions League in Football Manager. I'm kind of the guy for rock bottom. This is as high as I can get. I'm a legend? I'm not a legend. Don't do this to me, Chair Nullet. Also, pre-roulettes are off for 3 minutes, so I guess we will have another ad pretty soon, even though I don't know for sure. 18 goals in 3 games. What the hell is this state championship? Can you elaborate on that, please? What the hell is it? Yeah, you told me that it happened, but did you tell me what it is? In that case, I didn't read it. You know, sometimes I'm busy streaming. Best 10 teams of the state. Of the state. Like, the county? Regional cups. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see. I see. So... This feels kind of funny. So I guess, given that you are from the Ruhrpott, I guess there it would be much more fun. And a Bavarian Cup wouldn't be that much fun, though. That's for sure. Bavarian Cup sounds really boring. Because, you know, there's Bayern Munich in it. Baden-Württemberg, maybe a bit better. And I think I would love the one in Hamburg, I guess. I don't know. Oh, a few clubs made offers for him. So, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I see. I see. So you are abusing them. Every single one of them. This is the casual one. Can we get rid of him right now? Fantastic. Can we? This is non-negotiable. Doesn't matter, I want to get rid of him. And a similar argument can be made about this. He's wanted by 13 clubs. Sure, have him. Have him. Wait. Well, the top German cup is the in English it's DFB Pokal. So let me snooze that for a second. Hopefully that works. But the DFB Pokal is not that. It's not like Bayern Munich wins it every single time. In fact, quite the opposite in recent years. So I guess that's a plus in German football recently. I do not really think that the cup is a problem. The cup is fine. In fact, Bayern Munich got thrown out by Holstein Kiel at one point, which was second league at that point. But he had a great season, to be fair. I still remember that one fondly. Pre-roll ads are on. Run an ad break to disable them. You know what I'll do? I think this has been going on for 5 hours. We will save this. We will not go through the next match. Sorry to disappoint me, but I'm friggin' tired. You know. I will... Oh, there's not a problem. So, next week, I will be out. Next week's stream on Friday will happen. That's for sure. Next week's stream on Monday will not happen, and there will not be a replacement within next week for it. I cannot do that. I'm out for the job. I'm on the road, basically. That's not entirely true, but the image is enough for now. So I cannot stream. I'm not at home for the entire week. So on Friday, though, I can. I do not know for sure if I can do another stream this weekend. I will try to keep you posted on Discord, in case I can. Well, I guess that's a cliffhanger and some suspension. We will find out if we get promoted though, and I'm excited to do it. Also, just let me do one thing. Thank you very much for being around. I know I say that every time, but it's been quite a lot of fun to me, and I'm really, really glad that especially Cherenald and me, you two, are around all the time. I like that. And hopefully I can keep you posted on Discord. Also, have a great weekend. And in case you want to stick around, Rafi, you're welcome anytime. Alright. That's it for now. Let's wrap this up. Have a good night. And I will see you, well, latest within a week, but we will probably see a message or two in Discord, right? Have a good time. And thank you very much for keeping me company. Bye.